Hello, beautiful, magical, radiant, courageous Earth angel. Welcome to your free higher self embodiment masterclass, self permission to go in and glow up from the inside out. Are you ready for a light bath today? We're going to soak ourselves in source from the inside out. We'll start out with a coaching session that I call the devotional drip. We'll pull oracle cards. I have about 20 out here for you, arranged in this beautiful web of codes and invitations to really harness the energy of this Virgo new moon that we have upon us and get ready to flow into our next season of life and light working. So this is a masterclass for heart-centered leaders, light workers, creatives, innovators, anyone who feels on fire with desire from the inside out to shine their light into the world. This doesn't necessarily mean that you have to have a business or even be an entrepreneur. Maybe your purpose work, maybe your service work really shows up in the way that you care for your family or you care for your community. Maybe at this point, you're not even receiving any financial monetary exchange for the way that you're showing up in the world and doing your light work, working your light. So I just want to be clear that this isn't a class only for entrepreneurs. And when I speak about light workers, and I use that term, I'm looking at Instagram too, if you're wondering what I'm doing, we're double streaming on Instagram. When I talk about light work and being a light worker, that doesn't necessarily just mean business owners and entrepreneurs. It means quite literally anyone on planet Earth who is here to shine their light from the inside out. If you're just hopping on to the Zoom, welcome. If you're on Instagram and watching, I invite you to click the link in my bio or in my stories and come register and join us on Zoom. We're going to get into some music. We'll keep Instagram rolling for as long as we can until it cuts out. We have over 66 people registered for this class, so we only have a couple folks on here now. Early birds catching the early worm, but feel free to join us when you can, leave when you need to. This is a space for you. So we'll go over our little agenda and how to prepare for this class, just so you feel really grounded and seated in your power. But just again, please know you're welcome in anytime. Treat this as a ceremonial temple space that you can just come and receive what you need. Hi, Edwin, welcome. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and do a little tone set. Then we're going to go into our materials check for the class. Make sure you have everything you need. We'll do a beautiful opening invocation, which is a channeled set of 10 promises that my teacher and mentor, Nina B. of Centering Life, has synthesized and offered to us. It's a really beautiful way to set your frequency internally and externally to be able to receive what's here for you today in this masterclass. And then after that, we'll go into our devotional drip coaching session. So if you haven't tuned into the devotional drip before, it's my free personal development coaching series for heart-centered leaders, light workers, entrepreneurs, artists, creatives, visionaries, innovators, divine disruptors, sacred rebels, people who are here to shake things up from the inside out. And if that's your task on planet Earth right now, there's a chance that there's some big invitation to go inside right now and resource yourself. There's a lot of death and rebirth on the altar. I have the honor of sitting with people one-on-one every week and really listening and witnessing to where they are on their journey and what they're being called to, and awakening, death birth. Like, this is the process that we're all being brought through right now. I'll give a little introduction before we do a tone set, just in case we haven't had the opportunity of connecting before. My name is Sarah. I'm a spiritual and somatic coach. I'm a photo witch, and I'm a higher self embodiment doula, supporting visionary entrepreneurs, change-making creatives, and heart-based leaders, artists, and innovators on their path of healing, awakening, embodiment, self-realization, and revolutionary self-love, because it is a radical act to love yourself in a world and a culture that profits off of us hating ourselves and purchasing our belonging. We're not doing that shit anymore. We're going to really connect to what it is to belong from the seat of our pelvic floor and the base of our spine all the way to the crown of our head. My invitation for you for this masterclass today is to really allow yourself to get that full rinse. And it may be uncomfortable to let go of unworthiness, to really invite the mind, body, heart, psyche, soul, and spirit to integrate and come together around an internal agreement that we're no longer earning and proving our worth. We're not doing it anymore. It is the old paradigm. The tower has crumbled. We're moving into the star card, just to use the traditional journey of the major arcana. A lot of folks were pulling the tower card a couple weeks ago, and now I've noticed now we're moving into this star card, which is 1 foot on land, 1 foot in the water, the ability to be both grounded and fluid at the same time. I know I'm like already going into the channel and I can feel it all opening up. So before we go into that, what I want to offer is one of the codes coming forward for today to play with is ground and flow to grow and glow. Think about that. Ground, earth, and flow, water, to grow, fire, and glow, heart. So now we're in a conversation about the root to the heart chakra: earth, water, fire, air, ground and flow to grow and glow. That's where we are today. That's where we're going. We're going to be in some conversation about this, and then we're going to somatically explore this in our bodies. So much is coming forward today around our bodies being the ultimate microphone and vessel that we use not only to communicate to everything and everyone around us, because really there's always the vibrational conversation that's happening underneath all the words, right? But we're using this as this body, this vessel, as a microphone to also communicate with the divine, to communicate with our higher selves, to communicate with our ancestors and our lineage. So before I go too deep into that, because this started out with me giving my bio, I'm just going to close that portal by saying in my work, I offer somatic, artful, playful, and sensual portals into self-care, self-realization, self-healing, self-leadership. I have a lot of leaders and CEOs that I work with who really want to be better leaders for their team. So they come into the Blood, Bone, and Honey Temple to do their self-leadership work. Because if we want to be powerful, potent leaders out in the world, that's a direct reflection of the depth at which we're willing to lead ourselves. So supporting you in self-leadership, spiritual awakening, higher self-expression, and higher self-embodiment. I believe that art is life. I believe that ritual is art. I believe that self-care can be art. And my deepest rooted background is in being an artist. I grew up as a classically trained ballerina, tap, jazz, modern dancer in musical theater. I also paint and draw and photograph and make films. I am definitely a multidisciplinary, multi-passionate artist. And so that is the first code that I come from first and foremost. And then after being an artist, I've spent the last 10 years deeply in my somatics and embodiment training. I have a deep passion for really navigating spiritual awakening from a trauma-informed, body-based space. So that is the space that I orient myself from to you today. And let's do a little tone set. Speaking of trauma-informed, so we know where we're all at, where we're going, and how you can get the most out of this class. So if you've taken class with me before, you know my golden rule, adapted from one of my incredible teachers and coaches, Des Davis of The Rich Witch Life. If you're having some abundance and money stuff coming up right now, we also have Caroline of Get a Helmet here live with us on the masterclass. Go Google the Get a Helmet podcast and then look up The Rich Witch on the Get a Helmet podcast. There's 2 episodes, one I believe from 2019 and one from 2020, that talks all about spiritual entrepreneurship and women and feminine beings being empowered in their leadership and their business. And Des and Caroline are in really potent conversations about that on those podcast episodes that would be a great tandem to this masterclass. And I'm offering that because it's going to really support you, but also to really model this new feminine economy that we're moving into. We are, as one of my teachers, Nina, says, obliterating the top-down structure. We're going into a spiralic circle-like relating from each other, to each other, with each other, where competition is no longer welcome in the space, because we actually need each other and we need each other's gifts in order to be able to weave and embody the amount of light and awakening that wants to pulse onto the planet. So I'll leave that there for now. We're going to go more into that. We got like mycelium consciousness coming up. We've got pollinators on the altar. So we'll go deeper into that. But that's a beautiful resource if you specifically have money stories coming up. And the Get a Helmet podcast is just great in general. There's a couple episodes with me on there as well, one or two. I honestly can't remember. Caroline, we got to do another one. So shouting that out, shouting out my sisters, and how freaking lucky are we that we get to do this in community. I was going to bed last night thinking about how, like, I'm so excited to continue learning from my friends, from my peers. And I said this on the first round of the masterclass, like, I am occupying the position of coach, teacher, guide, mentor, doula, but also I'm relating to you as I'm giving this transmission as a teacher, as a guide, as a mentor, as a channel. So we're no longer, again, doing hierarchy. I'm not sitting here with my altar and my twinkly lights being like, this is what you need to do. I really, really want to connect, like, guide to guide, teacher to teacher. Because when I meet with my private clients, that's what we're doing. And the impact is so profound because we realize that we're not alone. And then we stop gaslighting ourselves and telling ourselves that we're crazy for feeling and navigating what it is that we're navigating as beings of light on the planet, willing to wake the fuck up, which is a big deal. It's a big deal to notice the patterns and hear the symphony of your life and not feel in alignment with the resonance anymore, and then make the devotion to start to shift the frequency from the inside out. That is huge, brave, courageous work. And as dear Brene Brown teaches us, courage does not mean the absence of fear. So if you're coming into this space today and you're feeling a little shaken from that Virgo new moon, if there's tenderness, I was feeling a lot of doubt and like shame and guilt, like those textures specifically when I was meditating this morning and like soaking in the codes of this class. If there's any of that present, that's lower 3 chakra stuff, like doubt and fear in the root chakra, guilt in the sacral, and then shame in the solar plexus. And then we get up to the heart and we are able to then release all of that grief. So we're really going to be combing through the lower 3 chakras today so that we can open from the spine to the crown. One fluid organism. Our spines aren't straight. They are these fluid antennas that connect us to the realms above and below. So again, I feel the channel loud. So going back to my notes to keep it centered, tone set, pee when you need to pee. That whole tangent started with Des Davis introducing this code, pee when you need to pee, take care of yourself, and do what you need to do when you need to do it. Please don't worry about being disruptive during this class. If you need to turn your camera off, if you need to turn it on, if you need to hop off and hop back on, do what you need to do. Hi, Ella. Hi, everyone. If you'd like to join us on Zoom, the link is in my bio. And if you joined us on Thursday, the playlist is different. The vibes are different. I've reorganized the cards and the codes. So even if you joined us for that transmission, you'll get something new today. So if you can and you want to, feel free to join us there. We're doing our tone set. So I want to talk also about you being your own boss, steward, leader, and healer and guide. And practice that here in this space today. Practice activating your codes of sovereignty in this space today. And then take the way that you embody your power into your life. So we practice at the altar in our homes so that we can show up resourced at the altar of our lives. We practice telling ourselves the truth about who we actually are in our journals, and we practice embodying our power in our movement practice. And then the body keeps the score and it remembers. And then we're showing up in our lives in a whole new way, but the body needs to learn first. I want to tell you like 8 million stories today. So I'm really going to have to be discerning with my channel, but something really powerful I just want to insert and offer here is that my teacher, Nina B of Centering Life, was here for the last week, and she was guiding my partner and I in morning practice. And one morning she was working with his spine and his head, and she was inviting his head to release onto the earth. And he's had a lot of like neck pain going on the last couple of years. And when she just invited him to lay his head down and release his skull and let his head be supported by the earth, his neck no longer hurt when he started walking around in our house, because his head remembered the sensation of being held by the earth. And then he was no longer holding his head up on his shoulders, gripping his bones. So that's just pointing to the power of somatic practice, right? We open in our somatic practice, and then the body tracks that and remembers there's a new way to be in relationship with our own matter, with our own blood and bones, with our own physiology. So that is how deep we're going today. And also that's how deep we're going in the Blood, Bone, and Honey Pot membership. I'm going to go ahead and just drop the Patreon in the chat on Zoom for anyone who's live. We'll talk about this at the end, and I'll plug it a couple times through this masterclass, not just because I want you to join it, but also because I want you to understand what it is that we're actually doing here. What is the intention of this membership? And I shared this on my stories yesterday. The intention of this masterclass is to give you like a taster platter of some of the things to expect in the membership. So it's not going to be like we're going to have a 3.5-hour masterclass every week, but there will be pieces of what I offer in this masterclass that are a part of the membership. And something that I'm so excited about is Nina B, who I was just speaking about, one of my teachers who's been a psychosomatic yoga therapist internationally for over 45 years, with research for survivors of trauma that is so profound, and methodology that is so profound. It has been researched at Duke University, because we need a new way to approach trauma. We can't just sort of do the like sit in the therapy chair and talk about our shit and we're good anymore. That can be a wonderful tool that we use within our healing toolbox, but we have to bring the conversation into the body. And Nina's doing profound work around that. I've been studying with her for the last 7 years. I did my yoga teacher training with her in the methodology of mind-body centering yoga. And it is exactly what it sounds like. It is mind-body centering yoga. So it's not about who can do the best handstand and who can hold the plank the longest and how perfect your alignment is. It's about connecting the mind with the body. And we really go through some of the early developmental stages. And where did you miss the toning in the nervous system? Where did you miss the building of strength and stability? And where is the body mirroring back to you where you're ready to cultivate that? Nina and I will actually be co-facilitating yoga classes on Tuesday and Friday, and that's included in the honey tier of the membership. So you can go ahead and click that to find out more about what's included in all 4 tiers. We have tiers ranging from $5 a month to $77 a month. So pick your poison, pick your medicine, and come join us. The first practice is going to drop this Thursday. And then after this masterclass, I'm going to bring the somatic journal and movement prompts that we work with, and we're going to continue the conversation there. So if there are certain cards that you pull during this masterclass or revelations and downloads that you have, and you want to join us in our Discord to chat about that after, please do. You can join the Discord at the $5 level and just be in conversation with us there. So do what you need to do. Would love to see you after class for that conversation. Oh, hi, Elise. I didn't even see you hop on. So good to see you. So fun to feel all of you in the space. Thank you for being here. I know we have a lot going on in our lives, so it's just a true honor that you're taking this time and space to not only be here with me, but to be here with you, to be here with each other. I am the most excited about people being able to connect with each other through this membership. And that's one of the huge reasons that I'm doing this. Like, we need to meet each other. It's time to collaborate. It's time to co-create. Aquarian age, we're all being activated to self-realize. And then through our own self-realization, we're connecting with each other from a self-realized space, and we're creating new networks of change. We're creating something I've heard spoken to quite a few times by members of my community is emerging systems. I'm so excited about this concept of emerging systems, new ways of relating with ourselves, new ways of relating with each other, new ways of relating to the earth, new ways of building wealth, new ways of building our business, new ways of being able to be an artist and a creative and a light worker and a healer in the world. So that's what we're up to here. And please know you can turn your camera on or off at any time you choose if you're on Zoom. This will be recorded. And like I said, there's over 66 people registered for this, so it will go out to those people, as well as my newsletter, which has over 500 folks on it. So if you want your video off, please turn it off. There will be a replay. And if you want it on, it's going to be so fun to see your face and dance with you. Last thing on our tone set, this is our excellence management team and mental health disclaimer note. If you find yourself entering a space that is particularly high sensation, please contact your therapist or professional mental health team. As a reminder, this is not therapy. I am not a therapist. I am an embodiment coach and a doula, and I'm here to help you rebirth yourself, and that is the space that I function from. So please make sure that part of your higher self embodiment practice is taking care of yourself and resourcing yourself with the team that you need. I got all kinds of folks on my team who situate themselves in all different kinds of positions in the realm of healing. So give yourself a cornucopia of support, whatever that looks like for you, and the appropriate resources to support yourself. All right, almost through the nitty gritty, and then we're going to our opening invocation. Let's do a little materials check. When we go into our movement, it will benefit you to have a yoga mat, a couple blankets for your knees. If you want a bolster or a pillow, a little sacred rage punch is always invited, a journal and something to write with. As we go into this devotional drip transmission, something that I always like to invite folks to do is write down what resonates for you. Not everything that I offer is necessarily going to be for you, but what does feel like it's for you, write it down in your journal. And then afterwards, you can go through that and read back what you wrote, and it can function as your little higher self embodiment map, not only for this next Virgo season, which will be for the next month or so, but also for between the new moon yesterday and the full moon in Pisces that'll happen in about 2 weeks. If you're going to join the membership, our first movement practice will drop a couple of days before that Pisces full moon. So it could be really interesting to write in your journal what's coming up now, and then between the new and the full moon, really work on cultivating and growing those seeds, see what comes into bloom, and using your notes in your journal to reference that. This is us becoming our own researchers, right? Our own stewards. This is where we can take our self-inquiry into a realm beyond like, oh, I'm just doing this because someone once told me to journal and meditate and do my practice because that makes me a good person. We leave all of that binary shit behind, and we really claim like, no, like I'm here to steward myself. Self-discipline, big Virgo energy, is self-discipleship. I am here to disciple the parts of myself that need my support to the altar of my higher self-expression and my highest healing. So get your journal and a little sacred scribe pen to write with. And then, of course, water. And maybe you hold your water while we're speaking and you focus on infusing love into your water. Maybe there's a specific mantra or prayer that comes forward through our practice today. You could hold your water in your hand as we go into this opening invocation. Water is so, how do I want to speak about it? It holds imprints. So if you are sending energy into the water, the molecular structure is actually going to hold the energetic signature that you send into it. Water is a beautiful conduit. It's a beautiful way to amplify the energy that you're already working within your practice. So this is free. And also, how beautiful if you have access to clean water. And maybe as you're drinking this clean water, you can also be in a prayerful practice around, may all beings have access to clean and healthy water. And no longer are we in a realm and a place where we can even afford to say that praying is bypassing. That's such a fucking lie. Praying is not bypassing. Praying is our willingness to hold an energetic frequency in our body and then emanate it out from our center into the world and across the earth. So yes, of course, we're in our aligned action. Of course, we're out there in our devotion. But if that action is coming from an uncentered and ungrounded place, then the impact is going to match that resonance. So the more clear we can be in our intention and in our energy and in our resonance, and the more we can let our action come from that place, the more impactful our action will be. So and we're going to go right into this card, Teresa of Avila, the lady of our interior life. And we're going to really start with the importance of our interior life. So let the interior life, let what's going on inside of you be as important, if not more important, than what's going on outside of you. I got a full sink of dishes over there. I got all kinds of shit. The animals are running over there, just dog hair blowing through like tumbleweeds out the door. But I'm clear. And I prioritize me being clear over everything else in my life, being perfectly organized and together. My teacher, Nina, said to me last week, because I have a lot of stuff around like cleaning and wanting to keep the temple clear. She was like, I'm the most concerned about the person with the cleanest house in the neighborhood. And listen, I like to be the one with the cleanest house in the neighborhood. So she was talking directly to me. So if you could use those codes around this Virgo moon, if we have any folks that tend towards perfectionism in this space, may that feed you in whatever way that it needs to, because I certainly needed that. Okay, so let's go into our opening invocation. Speaking of Nina, these are her adaptations of the yamas and the niyamas from the Yoga Sutras. These are agreements that are over 10,000 years old. So we can rely on these agreements to guide us. And something I'm so excited about our Tuesday and Friday yoga classes, which there will be a replay of, even if you can't join us live, at 6:30 to 7:30 a.m. EST. Oh yeah, we're going in, rolling right out of bed with the pajamas and going right into our practice, and maybe seeing how that shifts us. What happens when we do that first thing in the morning, 2 days a week? How the fuck does that change our lives? So we can lean on our asana practice. These are old, ancient postures. We can lean in on these yamas and niyamas, these old, ancient agreements. There's some ways that we're not here to rewrite the script. We're actually here to bring the codes forward. So let's go into our 10 promises channeled by Nina B of Centering Life. If you'd like to hold your water, if you'd like to close your eyes, if you need a moment to just lay on the ground and spread your wings out and take a big breath into your body, prioritize your body. Maybe check in, like, how could I be more comfortable in this moment? Is there a way that I can resource myself? Maybe a little pillow under the sits bones, maybe a little blanket wrapped around you like a chrysalis. Tapping into our needs, practicing tuning into our needs and honoring them first and foremost. Root chakra, what do I need? What do I need? When we take care of our needs, then we can be fully present to what's alive in the space. Okay. 10 agreements, yamas and niyamas, hand on the heart, hand on the belly, hands open on the knees for receptive mode, place down on the knees if you'd like to support yourself in grounding. Our first agreement is we agree together to hold a commitment of non-harm to self and others in thoughts, words, and deeds. Kindness, ahimsa. We agree together to be aware of potential effects of negative imprints of one's thoughts, words, and deeds. Cleanliness, sauka. We agree together to hold peaceful abiding, caring, santosa. We agree together to be sensitive to the needs of self and others for time, space, and attention. Sharing, aparigraha. We agree together to protect and hold sacred the confidentiality of the thoughts, words, and deeds shared within the sanctity of this circle. Purity, tapas. We agree together to respect each person's autonomy to support the diversity of this vital circle. Love, asteya. We agree together to show up fully as presence within a sense of cultivated noble truth, satya. We agree together to share and respect the power of this circle, power, brahmacharya. We agree together to be self-aware and response-able, self-realization, svadhyaya. We agree together to uphold an attitude of loving kindness to support the vulnerable, the sacred, Ishvara Pranidhana. So taking a breath into your body, maybe closing your eyes and giving the front brain and the eyes a moment to just rest, relax, receive, drink that in. Was there a certain agreement that hit you somewhere? Was there something that you could nourish yourself with from those agreements? What does it feel like to be in a circle where your autonomy is respected? Where these are the agreements that the circle is built upon. This is the resonance and vibration that keeps the circle knit. When's the last time you allowed yourself to sit in circle? Sit across from other beings? Even though we're digital, we're still doing this. And we can be as far across the world physically as possible and feel like we're right here together right now, because energy is real. So I'm functioning as if all of you are here in the space with me. What does it feel like to not be alone? To be in shared space with other highly sensitive, highly creative mystics who clicked on this wild woman's free masterclass to come be in a conversation about our light. It's so radical that you're here in a conversation about your own light in a moment on planet Earth that's shrouded with a lot of darkness. You're a fucking badass. Welcome, sacred rebels. Welcome, as one of my very first private mentorship clients, Emily Thomas, offered, divine disruptors. Divine disruptors. Disruption as a form of divinity and devotion. What are you here to disrupt within you today? What lies of darkness are you here to disrupt within you today? And how can you let that turn you the fuck on from the inside out? Kali Ma, Hindu goddess of destruction, was one of my first mentors that came through in my early 20s when I was ridden and imbued with so much sexual trauma that I couldn't even stand up from a chair and tune into my pelvic floor without collapsing on top of myself in wailing, weeping sobs. So I know a little something about going to the underworld to retrieve yourself and rising from an integrated place. So when I'm talking about disrupting the darkness with your own light, this is not some airy-fairy upper chakra new age festival bullshit. This is we're willing to go within and shine light into the darkest caverns and corners of our being in order to retrieve, as Inanna, goddess of the underworld, would teach us, our twin sister self or our twin self, and then rise as an integrated self. Unwilling to turn an eye, a sword, or a finger against ourselves in any moment. Because there's a reason that there's certain patterns and habits and belief systems that we have within us that we then self-sabotage with. It's part of our coursework. But to demonize or get angry at ourselves or judge ourselves or shame ourselves or guilt ourselves or doubt ourselves or should ourselves around that is to do exactly what patriarchy, white supremacy, and capitalism would want you to keep doing. Because when we are disempowered and disembodied, we can't disrupt. See how that works? I also want to speak to how there's been a lot of movements that have happened online and on social media, but how deeply have you brought the Me Too movement? How deeply have you done your anti-racist work in your actual physical human body? How deep have you soaked in liberation in your physical body? The divesting doesn't just happen at a cerebral level, it happens at a body level. Mind body centering yoga. Come join us on Tuesdays and Fridays. Okay, let's go into our devotional drip. I want to start by reading from the Divine Feminine Oracle by Megan Watterson. I highly, highly recommend this book. I started working with this deck back in early 2020, and I have pollinated and spread the word about this deck all over social media. I think every one of my clients has this at this point. Megan Watterson is a feminist theologian. She went to Harvard Divinity School. She is such an expander for me. I am so lit on feminine spiritual teachers who are digging into the mysteries and digging up the juice that we all miss because we're thirsty for this. Like, we need these stories. We need them so bad. So Teresa of Avila coming forward today. I just want to also say that this book and this deck has goddesses and divine feminine archetypes across all different types of religions and cultural and spiritual traditions. So just know that there's something in here for everyone. And in fact, I've found it as a feminist theologian myself, an incredibly powerful resource to get like the Cliff Notes version of some of these archetype stories to then be able to go deeper into the stories of each of these goddesses. And I remember being so interested in goddesses and feminine archetypes and just like not really knowing where to start. So I highly recommend this book. The book that Kali Ma and Durga came to me in, Hindu Goddesses of Destruction and Devotion, I will say, is Awakening Shakti. That's a beautiful book for Hindu goddesses specifically, if you're interested in that. I'll talk about Kali Ma today. I didn't pull her card, but her energy is really present in these cards as an aspect of the Divine Mother. So tuning into the first aspect of the Divine Mother, just like we have all of these different parts and expressions of ourselves that make up our multidimensional self or our higher self, which PS, you are your higher self. We also have these different aspects of the Divine Mother, of the Divine Feminine that come forward to teach us and mirror back to us the different aspects of ourselves. No longer do we have to relate to God, Goddess, Source, the universe, that loving intelligence, whatever you refer to that energy of, all names and ways to relate to that are welcome in this space. When we connect to that energy, no longer do we have to do it in a fixed state or a fixed space. There's all of these aspects to us, just like there are all of these aspects of the divine. How could there not be when we are a reflection and emanation of the divine? So there are as many parts of the divine as there are of us, and we get to be in a really multidimensional, unfixed conversation about that today, which is really beautiful for our mutable sign of Virgo, which is taking the codes of Cancer and Leo and really allowing us to soak in, what did we learn about the water? What did we learn about the fire? And how are we being invited to ground that right now within ourselves? I want, right now it's coming forward, Cancer, like self-love and safety and nurturing. Leo, self-concept, identity. Virgo, the devotional priest, priestess, magician, wizard that's willing to keep all of the altars lit simultaneously. So the altar of relationship with yourself, the altar of the relationship with your spiritual practice, the altar of your relationship with your home, the altar of the relationship with your family, the altar of the relationship with your significant other, the altar of the relationship with your friends, the altar of the relationship with your business and light work, the altar of the relationship with your art. Virgo is like, turn the lights on, have all the candles lit. And the practice is about, can I keep all these altars lit simultaneously while also remaining grounded within myself? It's why Leo season activates us into this self-concept and identity. I also believe it's why a lot of people were pulling the Tower card during Leo season, because there is this crumbling, there's this death of the old self that's inviting in the birth of the new self, the new life, and the new earth. But right now, we're kind of in the cleanup crew mode. There's a lot of rubble on the ground. There's a lot of things to be composted. There's a lot of like materials to be reorganized and built into new structures. So tuning back into our code before I get into Teresa of Avila, ground and flow to grow and glow. The invitation for this class is to meet and love and embrace the spiritual journey of your human experience. The human experience is the spiritual journey that our soul signed up for. The human experience is the spiritual journey that our soul signed up for. It's never going to get more spiritual. I don't care how many ayahuasca ceremonies you do. It's never going to get more spiritual than meeting your human journey as the ceremony, as the prayer. Today, we will practice anchoring into presence and disarming the past so that we can emerge in our divinely collaborative and co-creative higher self light as we activate our self-permission to go in and glow up in our creativity, in our relationships, in our leadership, and in our light work. The themes are birth, death, old world, old life, old beliefs, old habits, old patterns, old programs, dying so that you can birth new perspectives, new opportunities, new stories, new self-concepts, new habits, new rhythms, new sounds, new resonance, new offerings. Trust that when you say yes to that inner higher self call, that you are protected and guided in that, no matter how on the edge it feels. It feels so edgy for me to launch this membership. I've known for about 3 years that this has been the call. It's not a coincidence, it's being birthed on the Virgo new moon. Let the energy around you support you. Astrology, energy, spirituality, healing from trauma, self-inquiry work, they can function as swords. We can use these practices to keep stabbing ourselves and beat ourselves up with, or we can put the sword down and we can allow a more gentle interaction and approach with our journey. Because the task is heavy right now. There's so many cards coming out around purging. So in what ways are you being called to say yes to your highest self right now? And again, your higher self as who you actually are, as an emanation of your oversoul, your higher self is you in your human body. And then this journey that we talk about into the mystery and into the labyrinth is just you peeling back all of the layers of programming that got massaged into you from the womb. I mean, you were a seed in your grandmother's womb, or is it your great grandmother's womb? It's either like you were a seed in your great grandmother's womb or your grandmother's womb. So you're old. In addition to your soul being ancient, like there has been imbuing this epigenetic trauma of our lineage that we carry, and also these gifts of our lineage that we carry. What are you being called to bring forward? What are you being called to let go of as a divine disruptor? And in this moment, at this time, as your higher self, in what ways is that light calling you into a new way of being? Things are in a process of revealing themselves. Notice the patterns. What sounds are out of harmony? What's out of tune in your life? What music do you want to make now? We can put down this idea that we're not the conductor. Like, I want to say this. I want to say we're the conductor in collaborative co-creation with our higher self and the divine. So you as the conductor is an amalgamation. We don't have to act like we're standing up here on the podium alone, but like in our agency, in our sovereignty, like if you don't like the sound of the rhythm of your life, if you don't like the way things are going, what do you know you need to do right now that's been such a clear call that maybe you've been like, maybe later. Virgo says, maybe now. Maybe right now. And the ego says, I'm not ready. And the higher self says, that's okay. I totally get that. This is new. This is fresh. Don't confuse excitement with anxiety. And maybe like meeting the not readiness in your courage is actually the activation that's going to bring you to the other side. Maybe we don't need to wait until we feel like we're ready in order to start. Maybe the activation is meeting the not readiness and doing it anyways. Being afraid and doing it anyways. That's how we cultivate courage. It's not by staying in our comfort zone. It's by meeting ourselves at that vulnerable edge of growth and then knowing when we're doing that, we're not alone. So we listen, we presence our breath. Dragonfly has been coming through so much as an ally recently. Clarity of mind, clarity of third eye. How do we come into clarity? We focus on the breath. We focus on the breath. So in this moment, we've been really swimming in a lot of words. Give yourself a breath. Drink into some breath. And if there's any of that fear or shame or guilt you feel kind of vibrating in the space, if we've been stirring up the pot, you can visualize this just draining out of the base of your spine all the way down into the heart of the mother. Just let yourself drain it out, compost it. That energy is going to go into growing new seeds, creating new life. Such a beautiful practice to do around a new moon when that's what's on the altar. So one of the most profound spiritual practices is to stop and presence our thoughts, notice what repeats, notice what causes internal war, and notice what causes internal peace, and be in a sovereign relationship with our thoughts, knowing that, and we may have heard this a million times, but where can you meet this differently from within, as I say at this time? You are not your thoughts. You are the one who is having your thoughts. You being the one who is having your thoughts is you as your higher self. Not the higher self as something better or more or different that we need to become, but the higher self as a consciousness that we are remembering that we are an all-loving, benevolent presence that is connected to the intelligence of the cosmos and the earth, that's able to scan those thoughts and say, that's true, that's not true. That goes in the compost pile, that comes forward with us. Every moment is an opportunity for revelation, awakening, and realization. One of my teachers talks about self-realization as the practice of breathing in and breathing out as a practice of self-realization. Fuck yes. Okay, we can put down all the other stuff. We can just practice our breath and understand when we lay down on the floor and take 10 breaths, that is a big enough self-realization practice for us to then go on and continue our day. So we're sitting here today for 3.5 hours for the deep rinse. And also I want to speak to, if your practice is laying on the floor and taking 10 breaths, and for those 10 breaths, you focus on light within you and you keep your focus there for 10 breaths, that practice will change your life. Drop the more, drop the excess, drop the I'm not doing enough, drop the shoulding. If you have a beautiful long practice, incredible, but can we start with 10 breaths? That's how we get out of the war. That's how we get out of the conflict between the mind and the heart, because we bring the mind and the heart as these two intelligent organs into coherence through the breath. So if you feel heavy, it's probably because you're carrying too much. It's probably because it's time to take a deeper breath. If you need to stand up right now and kind of shake and move your body or do some cat cows or some vinyasas as I'm talking, or you need to come into a child's pose, please feel free to do that. I feel so passionate about leading and guiding somatic movement and sacred dance and yoga because as a survivor of complex trauma, just starting my meditation practice through being still and being quiet and just sitting there and breathing was really overwhelming for me when I first started. So I love introducing movement as a tool to meet the overwhelm. And maybe you have clients that you work with. There's a lot of coaches and facilitators and healers in this space. Maybe you have clients you work with. Maybe you're working in an organization with a team. Maybe you're in a relationship. Maybe you have kids. Whoever you're interacting with in your daily life, it's so powerful to be able to show up in our relationships, knowing the power of our breath. And people can pick that up in us. People can pick up, even if they don't know what they're picking up, they can pick up a feeling of safety. I just met this woman yesterday at the co-op, I was sitting outside working, and she was sitting at another table. She might actually even be here today, I'm not sure. But she said to me, I walked by her, and I had just been deeply in my practice that morning, and I've been deep in my practice this week because my teacher's been here, and I've been getting ready for this membership and all the things. So I've been in my practice. And I walked by her, and she was moving through something, and then we started a conversation, and she was like, wow, like I was really spiraling into a negative space, and like just through interacting with your energy and your smile, like it was able to like restabilize me. So let's not act like we're not always co-regulating with every single living creature we come into contact with. This is where on this masterclass, I really want to get out of the like, you need to be an entrepreneur or have a business to be a light worker. Like you're a light worker at the grocery store. I say that all the time. And then that literally happened to me yesterday. That is an ancient practice of showing up as the healer, as a teacher, as a light worker, is knowing that like in the same way our practice extends beyond the altar and our home to the altar of our life, like our the way that we do our light work extends beyond like this masterclass and these containers I'm doing with my one-on-one clients into every single member of my community. And just because you're not getting paid for it doesn't mean you're not doing your light work, doesn't mean that you're not doing your ministry. This is just the way we're exchanging resource and currency at this time on the planet. But money is just energy. So again, if you need to resource yourself in some abundance codes, highly recommend the Get a Helmet podcast. Get a Helmet, incredible place to also get some beautiful documentary film work done for your business. I did a brand doc with Caroline last year that we're going to release either this year or coming up in 2023. She's got 2 incredible podcast episodes with my business coach and one of my mentors, Des Davis of The Rich Witch Life. Go Google Get a Helmet podcast and then look it up with The Rich Witch Life or or Des Davis, and you'll see those 2 episodes come up. And that would be a beautiful space to go into after this episode if there's a particular thing around money and resource coming up for you. Okay, we're going to get to Teresa in a second. Last thing I want to say on this is don't practice the past, be in the practice of the present. Spiritual puberty was coming forward as like just a term to offer. A lot is changing and awakening right now. If you feel like you're in some kind of spiritual puberty, like there's like all kinds of new limbs and gifts and psychic things coming online and new relationships and shedding of the old and rising of the new, like meet that little 12 or 13-year-old like from the inside. How would you reach back to that version of yourself who is going through a physical puberty? And how can you meet your spiritual and light bodies awakening from that same consciousness? We get to be a parent to ourselves. Higher self embodiment, self stewardship is also about being our own inner mother and inner father. What did we not get that we now need to resource ourselves with as adults versus complaining over and over again about what we didn't get? We all get it. We're children of the boomer generation. Like shit happened. Our parents did the best that they could, or maybe they didn't. I'm not here to say that for you, but what's up now? What are you going to do with what you've got? We got to go beyond like the lamenting and the pointing and the blaming and the canceling and the no contact this and the boundaries and the separation that, because when you die, all that goes away anyways, but you're infinite. So I've also had the honor of sitting with folks as a death doula and quite literally watching people leave their bodies, leave their physical bodies. And it's going here on this class. Like, how do you want to prepare for that journey? How do you want to die? You can practice that now. It's exactly the way that you're meeting whatever is being called in your, whatever you're being called to in your life right now to release from within and without. That's exactly the way that your little being is going to meet death. Death doesn't just happen at the end of our lives. When we go into the mystery, we start to explore, oh, death and birth is always happening, which is where my higher self and Mary Magdalene a couple years ago was like, bitch, you're a coach, but I'm going to need you to call yourself a higher self embodiment doula, because you're supporting people in dying to a false self and old self and rebirthing themselves as their true selves, as their higher selves. Again, not something we're reaching externally for. No amount of certifications is going to bring you into higher self embodiment. It's a reach down deep within. So during this drip, if you're not already identifying as your higher self, I'm going to invite you to try that on. A journal prompt you could start working with right now is, do I identify as my higher self? And then perhaps write down 3 I am self-concept statements that you could try on that light and spark and direct your consciousness back to the truth of who you are. If you've been walking around saying, I am depressed, I am anxious, I am ADHD, all things I've said, been diagnosed with, navigated myself, like that is a disempowering way to relate to yourself, blow horn, blow torch. Like you're not any of those things. Those may be very real things that you're navigating, but who are you? I am this, and as this, I am navigating this. It's the same thing as I am not my thoughts, I am navigating my thoughts. So we don't pretend like all these things that we're navigating aren't real. We have so many neurodivergent folks, including myself, in the Blood, Bone, and Honey Coven, also immunocompromised. Hello, few autoimmune diseases over here. So those things are real, right? And also, we don't have to identify as them. Because when we don't identify as them, then we can actually take care of those things that we're navigating. So it's about being more resourced, identifying as source. Teresa of Avila. Everyone on Instagram is like, yes. If you're on Instagram and you want to join us on Zoom, the link is linked in my stories and also in my bio. You'll need to register for the link. And then we're going to do some dance practice, probably around, I'm going to try to transition into that around like 11. We'll see how that goes. If you've worked with me before, you know we just work on the time continuum. So come when you can, leave when you need to. We're going to go into our cards now. Just a casual hour of setting the scene. And there's a replay that's going to go out to the newsletter coven. So if you hopped on this after 9 or you're just joining us on Instagram, you can join my newsletter at the link in my bio or at bloodboneandhoney.com/newsletter. All right, Teresa of Avila, one of my favorite guides and mentors from this deck. I'm not going to read all the descriptions for all the cards we have here. I have some little pearls of wisdom I've pulled out for each of them, but I want to start with a reading to ground us. So if you want to close your eyes, maybe connect with your breath as an anchor. As I'm reading this, if you feel called to write something down, if you want to just splay yourself out on the floor after receiving what we've gone through so far, take care of your needs, be your own steward, be your own guide, be your own shaman, be your own healer, and practice that in this space and then carry that out into your life. Okay, Teresa of Avila, Our Lady of the Interior Life. I trust the answers I find within me. I know that the presence of love is real. Who is she? With passion and conviction, Teresa of Avila connects us to the love and truth available to us whenever we turn inward. I'm just going to give us a little hello. Hello. Saint Teresa was born in Avila, Spain in 1515. In numerology, 5 is the number of change, and it is currently 10:05. Can't make it up. Okay. As an adolescent, she experienced many illnesses and was confined to a bed, which allowed her to begin to explore her own thoughts. So right out the gate, she's like, look, I had a tough life. Anything you've experienced in your life, what if you decide in your sovereignty to meet that as a part of your training to be the kind of light worker that you're being called to be right now on planet Earth? What if there were no mistakes in the divine plan? I had a pretty traumatic childhood. So when I say that in deep bows to the realness of the complexity of trauma and what it is to disrupt that within a lineage. Deep bows, and also in that bow, I'm bowing so deeply to your sovereignty that I'm inviting you to perhaps experience your lived reality in a new way that opens you up to potential. As always, leave what doesn't resonate, take what resonates for you, be your own authority. So as a child, she was confined to bed, which allowed her to begin to explore her own thoughts. She read every book she could find on spiritual exploration and contemplative prayer. By the time she was a young adult, she knew she wanted to dedicate her life to the interior world. That feels so affirming for me to hear, because that's all I want to do all the time. Does anyone else on Instagram or on our Zoom feel that way? Like, wow, that's so validating that like this spiritual master dedicated her life to exploring the interior world. Like, yes. She entered a Carmelite convent in Avila in 1535. She increased the emphasis on contemplative prayer and eventually reformed the Carmelite order, which was later joined by St. John of the Cross. Over the course of her life, St. Teresa founded 17 convents throughout Spain. So this ally coming forward to point you to where you're here to seed a lot of different temple spaces across planet Earth. You're here to be a butterfly, to pollinate, a little bee, to pollinate all the flowers, all the temple spaces. If there's a lot of places and spaces you're being called into right now, say yes. Show up. Let go of your agenda and see what happens. You're here to pour your ministry into multiple pockets of peace. Teresa coming forward to validate that. At the age of 44, she began to have a series of visions that convinced her that Jesus Christ appeared to her in bodily form and yet remained invisible to the eye. So she's working with Jesus as an ascended master. Anyone else here have guides or ascended masters that you work with? And this ascended master, this guide, is appearing to her to give her transmissions that she's then going to pour into her work. I have a deep relationship with Mary Magdalene, with Isis, with Kuan Yin, with Lilith, with Inanna, with Athena, with Joan of Arc, with Mother Mary, with Hathor, Sekhmet. These are my baes. These gals are my besties, and they deeply, deeply support me in giving the transmission that I'm here to give in tandem with my higher self. It's currently 10:09, 1/9 is my birthday. I received that affirmation. See, I'm always watching the numbers because physical reality is always communicating to us. Everything in physical reality is fair game for your higher self and your guides to communicate to you through. So the more that you're in a meditative relationship with life, the more that you're going to notice all those messages, signs, and symbols, and maybe the less alone that you'll feel. Loneliness is a plague across planet Earth right now. When we start to connect with our higher selves and our guides, the divine mother, source, spirit, whatever terminology resonates for you, we can really anoint that call of loneliness from the inside out. How powerful. So at the age of 44, she began to have these visions, and ascended master Jesus appeared to her and was giving transmissions to her through her that she was being instructed to give as a light worker, as a channel. Everyone who's watching here is that, or you wouldn't be watching this. These visions lasted for 2 years and would inform her books, especially the spiritual masterpiece, The Interior Castle, which charts the ascent of the soul as an inner journey through the 7 mansions or states of being that exist within us. So I got this book after I channeled the 7 pillars of higher self-embodiment. When I got this book, this is one of the first cards that I pulled, and I started spontaneously just weeping from the affirmation of like, holy tamale guacamole, this saint was also exploring the interior life and taking people through these 7 mansions to the seat of their own soul. That's exactly the same transmission that I received. I must be in a lineage of powerful divine feminine ascended masters who are here to give truth on behalf of the ascension of humanity. You too. So Teresa coming forward, St. Teresa, to affirm that in all of us. What happens when we approach our relationships, our light work, our creativity, and our relationship with our higher self-expression from that space and place of radical self-affirmation within us? Maybe we stop giving a little bit of a fuck about what everyone else thinks and perceives about us. Because then we start to understand, oh, my light is going to trigger people's darkest shadows, and people's light are also going to trigger my darkest shadows. One of the cards coming forward is look in the mirror. So then we understand we're in this deeper game than like this camp or that camp, this team or that team. Canceling, othering, good, bad, awakened, not awakened, woke, not woke. Oh, fuck. Anyone else so tired of the binary? We can't actually create from that space because life isn't binary. Fundamentally, life is non-binary. Hence, some of the big awakening perhaps we see on planet Earth around so many beings exploring in their gender expression, in their sensuality, in their sexuality, how much multidimensional we all are. Channel's hat, pulling it back in. Thank you, St. Teresa. So she's getting these visions. She's getting this channel for her book, The Interior Castle. She's guiding people into their interior life. She's taking them through these 7 mansions or states of being that exist within us to bring them in contact with the seed of their soul. I get to sit with so many people in private mentorship and one-on-one coaching who are just like, I am here to help people wake up. I don't know what that means. I don't know what that looks like, but all I know is that I am here to be a guide and I'm figuring out what that means. If that's you, welcome. I created Blood, Bone, and Honey for you. This is a place for us to all gather and be in a very real conversation about what that looks like in our lives. How do we actually show up as leaders? We have to be able to lead ourselves. So that's what we're doing today. Okay, ultimately, Teresa wrote in the hope of assisting her sisters in the convent to also reach their innermost castle where God, Goddess, Source dwells in our soul. So she is bringing people in touch with their higher self, with the source within them, with the goddess within them, with the light within them. And whatever your expression of your light work or your vocation is, whether, again, it be a business or you're showing up in an organization or you're showing up in your home and you're working with your children, whatever position of leadership that you're taking on right now, if you feel like you're here to bring people in touch with their own soul through whatever avenue and unique blueprint that you do that through, Teresa's coming forward to bow and acknowledge the validity of that. It is valid to build a life that is dedicated to supporting yourself and other beings and getting more deeply in touch with their soul. It is not a waste of time. It is not some airy-fairy new age shit. It is some real light working, boots on the ground, soldiers of the divine coming forth to be like, I signed up in my little soul contract to be a soldier, to be a composter, to be a part of the cleanup crew. So she's doing her work. She's getting in touch with her interior life so that she can support her sisters in getting in touch with their interior life. And then those sisters that get in touch with their interior life are spontaneously activated to then go help other people get in touch with their interior life. And do you see how we light up the matrix from the inside out, and then it all ascends because everyone's waking up? You could be in your journal right now. What am I waking up to from the inside out? So she reminded these disciples that she was working with, who are really just disciples, self-discipline, self-discipleship. So they're in discipleship to themselves, not to St. Teresa. Same goes, we could go as far to say that with Ascended Master Jesus, who Mary Magdalene, by the way, also walked tandem in tandem with Ascended Master Jesus, and they did their ministry simultaneously until her gospels and a bunch of other gospels of feminine beings were taken out at the Council of Nicaea. So then we have this like incredible patriarchal story of the Christian lineage. I am not a Christian, but I am a theologian of many traditions, and I'm deeply passionate about reinvestigating the feminine perspective of all of these different religions that have been slapped with the masculine, because there's a lot to uncover. Carl Jung had Mary Magdalene's Gospels in his library. Carl Jung is also who we get this term we see all over social media, shadow work, from, because he talked and investigated the journey of individuation, the journey of integrating our shadow selves. And as I was talking about earlier, rising from the underworld like Anana, with your twin sister self, with your twin soul self integrated. So there's a reason why Mary Magdalene's Gospels talking about higher self embodiment were taken out of this text that was then widespread, because the journey and the invitation of higher self embodiment is a journey into empowerment and sovereignty. And fundamentally, beings who are sovereign, liberated, and free are not available to be controlled by a system that would seek to enslave them. That's just what's on the altar here. So she's reminding them that we ourselves are the castle, and that the door of entry into this castle is prayer and meditation. Again, prayer and meditation can happen through dance. We're going to do a couple of different forms of that today. We could also consider this to be a prayer and meditation. Maybe you're closing your eyes as you're receiving this transmission and channeling through what resonates for you. That is a valid meditation. We can also divest from patriarchy and white supremacy and capitalism when it comes to our meditation. You don't need to turn on the TuneIn app. You don't need to turn on any of the apps. Those can all be incredibly helpful, but meditation doesn't look like you just sitting on your cushion and tuning out the outside world and tuning into your light. Maybe your meditation is meditating on how connected you actually are to all beings. And then from that revelation of your belonging, then you feel more safe and secure to meditate on your own light. We'll get into that with our mycelium card. So her own personal spiritual experience is at the root of her instruction. Her own personal spiritual experience is at the root of her instruction. If you've ever gaslighted yourself around needing another certification or needing to learn this or that or be ready in this way, blah, blah, before you can go out and start leading and sharing and helping people, she's inviting you to put that down and reclaim your wisdom as valid. Your wisdom is valid. Your lived wisdom is valid. Your story is valid. What is your story? What is your wisdom? What are you here to bring forward? I teach from my story all the time, and I've had the honor of working with hundreds of clients over the last 4 years who, through me sharing my own story, has activated them into their own truth. How powerful, especially for the artists here. So what are you being called to create and birth from within? The closer she got to the seventh mansion where the soul ascends, which requires going further inward, so ascension requires us going further inward, the stronger the light is. The closer she got to the seventh mansion where the soul ascends, we could talk about this as the crown chakra. So she went through the root, she went through the sacral, she went through the solar plexus, she went through the heart, she went through the throat, she went through the third eye. Now she's at the crown, to talk in chakra terms. The closer she gets to the seventh mansion where the soul ascends, required her to go further inward. And then the further inward she went, the stronger the light she tasted. So she went through her doubt, she went through her guilt, she went through her shame, she went through her grief, she went through her own censorship and her own lies of illusion. She went through her attachment to some old world, some old self, only seeing what's in front of us with our own eyes versus seeing with our soul through our eyes. She went through all of that to arrive at the seventh mansion, this place of self-realization, where we understand that we are our higher selves. She describes the ways to discern the voice and the presence of the divine within us and the certainty of God that arrives that cannot be explained or doubted. What's so cool to me, I'm such a science nerd, and I really, really love quantum physicists specifically. And the more like I study the life of quantum physicists, like what they actually go through in their life in tandem with their work, you'll find that the most powerful scientists on the planet and in history eventually end up at a spiritual awakening or revelation, because there are some things that can't be explained through logic. And through their scientific inquiry, they land at this space of the inexplainable through words. So you get to be a spirit scientist of your own being And you get to investigate from that higher self-witness consciousness, from that willingness to scan the mind, body, and heart. What's alive for me? In our practice, we're doing our research. Self-discipline, Virgo season, self-discipleship. Self-discipline is no longer a sword we use to stab ourselves, to tell us all the ways we're doing it wrong. I don't know about you, but my inner child is real tired of that. She just wants to wear the onesie and the cheetah and build the altar and show up in her truth and play a little bit. I'm so tired of being told the ways that I'm wrong by my own consciousness. What ways are you tired of telling yourself that you're wrong? Virgo season, beautiful time to update the self-narrative. Beautiful time to update the way that we speak to ourselves. And we don't just do that for the benefit of our own beings. We do that because when we reorient the way that we speak to ourselves, then we're going to speak and meet every being outside of us from a new frequency and a new consciousness, and hopefully a deeper texture of love and compassion. Our compassion for the world and all beings is a direct extension of the compassion that we're willing to cultivate within our own selves. Kuan Yin, goddess, Buddhist goddess of compassion, Bodhisattva goddess, Bodhisattva, the ones who are willing to come back to planet Earth in order to serve the awakening of humanity. Hello, everyone watching here. Kuan Yin teaches us that we can cultivate compassion for ourselves through this recipe. First, we have to drop into the breath, as we were talking about earlier, right? Then from that witness consciousness, we can get curious and we can ask ourselves questions. Why is it that I'm showing up in this way? Why is it that this is triggering me so deeply? And we can go and we can search and we can look for that root without this need to arrive at a destination, without grippiness, without grabbiness. We can just be in that watery like inquiry, allowing, as we're scanning our interior castle, our interior life, letting the consciousness of water is deeply connected to compassion and Kuan Yin. We let that consciousness of water scan us. And what Kuan Yin says in her chapter in the Sophia Code, one of my favorite books on the planet, highly recommend, is the consciousness of water was able to reach the spaces and places within myself that my ego was too scared to go. So this is where, again, we're resourcing our source light. We're resourcing our higher self to do that scan. We're not asking the wounded parts of us to carry the wounded parts of us. We're tapping into that bigger resource that we are, and then we're letting that part of us take care of the parts of us that feel shattered and heartbroken and so sad. Anyone else been purging a depth of grief from like the fucking pit of their perineum? I've been in some deep sacred grief practice over the last couple of years, and it's felt like relearning how to cry. So if everyone's got themselves muted right now, if you need to like inhale and let out a sound, take up space with your resonance. Let the sound that wants to come out of you mirror back to you what's happening on the inside of you. And I will definitely invite you into that in our movement practice today. I could have just taught this whole masterclass on Teresa of Avila, but we love this. We're just going to keep going. Okay, so this inner journey was so significant to Saint Teresa because she believed that God, Goddess, Source didn't care about the magnitude of anything that we do, but rather the amount of love that we do it with. Drop the doing. Put away the to-do list. Burn it. And then rewrite it from a consciousness of self-love. Religion has taught us that we have to do all these things to be worthy. We have to tithe and show up and be good. Teresa of Avila is inviting us to pay attention to our intention underneath our actions. And one of the first things I learned when I stepped into my witchery is that all spells and the potency and power of our spell work is based on the potent and the power and the clarity of our intention. And the potent and the power and the clarity of our intention comes from our internal resonance. So do you see why it's go in and glow up? I actually channeled the code for this class before I pulled this card. So I'm not saying that to show off, although my channels are pretty, if I do say so myself, 23 more episodes on YouTube if after this you want to just soak in like some codes for the rest of the day. But I didn't pull this card and then was like, self-permission to go in and glow up. I was in a meditation around like, what does my community need? What do I want to speak about? What needs to be spoken to in the space right now? And then this card came forward as an affirmation and support, which I'm sharing that to say, like, that piece that we were speaking to earlier, like when you show up and you listen to that higher self call, like the guides and the angels and the energy and the resource and the coven and the community will come in to match the texture of your devotion. That is so real. One of the cards, I think it's My Bago from the Divine Feminine deck, says, my devotion attracts resources and support. This new moon, a beautiful time to investigate, what am I devoted to? One of our prompts for today will be, what am I committed and devoted to with all of me? Maybe you want to start writing about that in your journal right now. So Teresa says, the inner journey was so significant to St. Teresa because she believed that the divine didn't care about the magnitude of anything we do, but rather the amount of love that we do it with. Pope Paul named St. Teresa a doctor of the church in 1970, and her spiritual writings are considered to be integral to the Spanish Renaissance and to the history of Christian mysticism. I don't know about you, but I was not surprised even one lick of a bit when Beyonce named her newest album Renaissance. I've been out here like a wild woman being like, we are in the Renaissance era for like 2 years now, because I felt so deeply in my soul, like as I've also been able to witness other people coming into their power, their gifts, their psychicness, their magic, including myself, like, oh, this is a time where we get to whip out all the wands and all the gifts. Fuck a niche. Fuck your niche. I don't care about your niche. I don't care about my niche. I'm here to shine and share all of my gifts, pull out all of the wands, and then weave a beautiful orchestra from that. No more niching down, only ascending up and out, only going so deep inward and dropping our anchor down so deep into the earth that we are available to hold the bigness of us that we are. No more boxes, no more diluting, no more over preparing, no more over scrutinizing. No more shoving ourselves into containers that are too small and then gaslighting ourselves that we're doing something wrong because we're trying to shove this big old soul into something that's too damn small. In human design, I'm a generator with sacral authority, so I know that when I'm frustrated, it means I'm out of alignment. Even if my ego thinks I'm doing it the right way or the way that that person's told me to do it, or I saw it on social media or whatever, we have to be willing to tune in deeper to our own voice of our heart and turn that up louder than any of the voices outside of us. That is the practice of higher self-embodiment. When your soul selects her card, Saint Teresa. Saint Teresa is a call for the importance of the interior life. She knew immediately about the spiritual wealth we all possess and have access to if we're willing to go inward. She not only emphasized the need to meditate and to pray in order to reach that innermost castle where the soul waits for us, but she also instructed the sisters of her convent on how to discern the presence of the soul or of a saint or of a holy person that is giving us wisdom from within us. So she's talking about how to discern the voice of our higher self versus the voice of our ego. The ego will have the textures of shame, of guilt, of doubt, of fear, of grief, of censorship, of attachment, of illusion, of story. If it's a really, really, really old story, Our ego's getting deeply, deeply formed in the first 7 years of our life. We're basically in this like totally psychic, dreamlike state where we're just taking in codes for the first 7 years of our life. So whatever you were taking in for those first 7 years, whatever your nervous system was being imprinted with in the womb, however your birth went coming out of the birth canal. One of my teachers, Nina, psychosomatic yoga therapist, talks about the birth canal actually tonifying us on the way out of the birth canal. So if you were born with a cesarean birth, like let that be a part of your story and let that be a part of your investigation. If your birth was really traumatic and there was a lot of stuff going on, let that be a part of your story. If you have access to your mom, talk to her about your birth story. My mom is on here right now. Mom, we're going to do a powwow this week about my birth and how that went. And then those first 7 years of life, my mom had congestive heart failure from the time I was 5 until the time I was about 12. And so a lot of my early childhood involved so much beauty, so much dance, so much art, so much creativity. And also I was there as caretaker. My first Chiron return was when I was 5. So just like Teresa talked about being sick and ridden to bed when she was a kid, and then that being a part of the development of her meditation practice, I received that journey of being a doula to my mom as a part of my training to do what I'm doing right here, right now. Because in human terms, I'm 29, but in my soul, I feel 8,000,000 years old. And some of my clients are 3 times my age. None of that stuff matters anymore because we're reclaiming that we are ancient and we have lived many lifetimes. So whatever your unique process and your unique timing for your light work and your rise is, whether you're 16 or you're 67, to the ego, all that stuff matters. The soul can give a fuck about that timing. The soul cares about this thing called Kairos time, which is soul time. And it doesn't function inside of this linear model that we've all been imbued with and told is the only valid way to navigate our reality. For the folks who are highly sensitive and neurodivergent here, that never worked for us anyways. So now we're just reclaiming that at a next depth, like time is collapsing. Things feel like they're speeding up. Awakening is happening across the planet. This is my smoke signal to all the light workers that now it's time to rise. That's why I'm starting this membership, especially the Discord, because we need to come into conversation with each other and it needs to happen off of social media. No offense to Instagram. It's been a huge part of my ability to connect with global leaders all over the world. But even if you're on Instagram now and tuning into this transmission, before we transition to our movement in the next half hour or so, I'm going to invite you to join us on Zoom because we will not be doing our movement on Instagram. I'm just going to keep this up for the rest of our Oracle card transmission here. The link is in my bio and it's also linked in my stories right now. So you can just go join us on Zoom. That's why I'm doing this, if you're wondering. Okay, so Saint Teresa is a call for the importance of the interior life. We talked about that. She wants us to discern that voice of the higher self. She had a bookmark that supposedly read, "If you have God, you will want for nothing, for God alone suffices." Again, replace that with universe, the divine, spirit, source, goddess, whatever resonates for you. But if there's a lot of, this is something I wrote earlier, if there's a lot of change in your life right now, what is it to take that as a compliment? Because change is God, change is the divine, because change is life force and life source moving through you. So if you're experiencing a lot of change, then that must mean you're experiencing a lot of God. The more change there is, the more God there is. What good news. Now we're no longer meeting change from a place of feeling threatened and like something is being taken away from us. Now we're meeting change as an invitation and that smoke signal from our higher self to rise. This synthesizes the wisdom of her experience. Nothing less than divine love will satiate a seeker. Nothing less than divine love will satiate a seeker. Nothing less than divine love will satiate a seeker. No lover, no plant medicine, no clothes, no amount of money or success. None of that will satiate the seeker within you. only this relationship that you cultivate with the divine. That is the only thing that will water the parts of you that have felt thirsty, perhaps for lifetimes. She urges us to meditate, to pray, to go inward, and to meet with the presence of the soul. And then she asks us, here's the kicker, to believe that it is real. So she asks us to go within, feel that, and then believe that it is real. And that the answers that we find are real. She asks us to move that inner truth out into the world with confidence and conviction. So she's inviting us to go within, connect with that truth, and then move that truth from the insides of us to the outsides of us. I'm a real big asker for signs and symbols. My teacher Nina was here last week, and I was trying to give her directions on the map, and I have a really hard time with Google Maps. And she was like, girl, it's just because you're hanging out with the angels 24/7. So let someone else read the map. And that felt like such an invitation to just be with what it is that we're good at. And then also, as someone who's tracking highly psychic and really communicating with the natural world in all the ways all the time, I constantly have to remind myself to not gaslight myself around the signs and symbols that I'm receiving. Whether that be me seeing the cardinal or the dragonfly or the butterfly, and then looking up that animal totem and receiving the message and trusting that that's real, or flipping the silver coin that I keep charged on my altar with the goddess on it and trusting that that's real, or if I receive a revelation in my meditation practice, trusting that that's real. Because sometimes we can be in our practice, right, and receive all these revelations, or be out in the world and receive all these signs, but then the ego wants to start betting up against that because it's new information and it challenges what's been programmed, which is we're not magical, we're not psychic, we're not sensitive. Who are we to? Who am I to? Blah, blah, blah. The who am I to? Blah, blah, blah is a story that I meet within myself and every single client that I work with. But who am I to? But who am I to? But who am I to? I don't know. Why don't you answer that question for yourself? Who are you to? Going back to one of the initial prompts that I offered, give yourself 3 I ams that have nothing to do with your disorders or your story or what it is that you've survived. Who are you beyond your story? The old ones that don't seek to serve you, because we can also have really beautiful, empowering stories too. Okay, so her meditation is, what does love feel like in my body? I'm going to invite you to be in that meditation today when we're in our movement practice. Be sure to join us on Zoom. Link on my stories or in my bio if you want to join us for that. What does love feel like in my body? Intention. I trust the answers I find within me, and I know that the presence of love is real. So if you want to write down, what does love feel like in my body? On the first masterclass, I said, if you journaled to that one prompt every day for the next 7 days, I bet you would have a different experience of your inner life. And it really can be that simple. What if your morning practice or your daily practice for the next 7 days was journaling with, what does love feel like in my body? And taking 10 breaths in tandem with that prompt. Maybe the 10 breaths start, maybe you ask yourself that prompt, maybe you take 10 breaths to meditate on love in your body, and then record what you find in your journal. And maybe that's your research every day for the next 7 days. And maybe just meditating on that is what helps grow all the seeds of your intention that you've been planting around this new moon or for this new season of your life. So moving on from Teresa of Avila, because we have some other allies and guides to get to, I want to go into White Mantra Mother Protects, which came from my Kuan Yin deck. We talked about Kuan Yin. She's behind me. You can't see it on Instagram, but on Zoom, you can see her behind me on the altar. I'm going to show you this card. It's so beautiful. This deck was gifted to me by a dear friend and sister, Marissa Tumaris on Instagram, a gift following our 7-week somatic movement and sacred dance journey in the devotional dance coven. So I'm going to read you this one, and then we're going to buzz through our other cards. So white mantra mother protects. I bring you my mantra. I bring you my protection. I bring you serenity absolute. No interference can harm you. No obstacle can deter you. No other can prevent you from divine success. I empower your immediate return to peace of mind with unconditional trust in me. I bestow this blessing through my mantra, alive and inscribed in white light within your heart center now. Om Mane Padme Hum. Om Mane Padme Hum. Om Mane Padme Hum. You are held in my protection, and all is well and unfolding according to my grace. Be at peace. Om Mane Padme Hum. I encourage you to look up that mantra, find it on YouTube, blast it through your house. It is full of seated sound waves from Sanskrit for self-compassion, and it is Kuan Yin's mantra, Buddhist goddess of compassion. Every morning when I'm stirring my cacao, I do 10 rounds of Om Mane Padme Hum, 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 Om Mane Padme Hum. And I infuse that compassion into my cacao before I sit down, because what? The water is always listening. Both within us, we are at least 70% water, if not more. I think the verdict is currently out on that. And then whatever sacred beverage you're making is also obviously infused with water. So talk to the water within you, talk to the liquids that you consume. Om Mane Padme Hum, an incredibly powerful Sanskrit mantra to cultivate that internal resonance of compassion. You could do that with your 10 breaths in the morning. And if you like these tips, this is like what we're going to be doing in the Blood, Bone, and Honey Pot. It's going to be this all the time. So I'm very excited for that. And I'm excited to just give it all away. Like, I just want to be like, here's all the stuff that's helped me and my clients. Please take it, run with it, activate yourself, and activate other leaders of light across the planet, because that's my intention. And that feels like what the coursework is right now. So her guidance, something or someone is threatening the theft of your peace of mind. This oracle comes to protect your inner serenity and sustain your belief in your inevitable progress through the protection of the white mantra mother. This aspect of Kuan Yin appears when the trust in your heart or peace of mind is under threat, leaving you doubting rather than believing and feeling rather than believing and feeling insecure, rather than trusting unconditionally. The protection that is conferred by the white mantra mother is absolute, absolute, absolute. No poke holes in that one. She is known as white because of her purity, which cannot be tainted by any degree of ignorance, clumsiness, fear, hate, or evil. It is just not possible. This is also true when you surround yourself with your own higher self light. Nothing can penetrate. And y'all, I've been in some spaces with some deep, dark clearing of some deep, dark energies. And I've had to really test how unshakable my faith is when I'm in that depth of shamanic work, because energy is real. And underneath this entire transmission, that's one of the biggest things I'm inviting you to practice. You may be like, oh yeah, I agree with that at a cerebral level. I don't really care about that. Are you practicing energy being real in your body, in your actions, in the way that you allow certain words to be spoken to yourself? How are you practicing energy in your body? No matter how intelligent or powerful any form of darkness may seem, hers is an inner dwelling light that is inextinguishable, an unconditional trust in the power of love on all levels that is unshakable. One of our prompts for our movement is going to be, what does the light of my higher self feel like in my blood and bones? And as we're moving, we're going to meditate on, what does that light somatically feel like? Mind, body, spirit connection. Using the power of our feeling to redirect our awareness to what is actually real. Because what's actually real is your light. What's not real is Instagram. What's not real is all the stories. What's not real is the like having to earn and prove the worthiness and climb up the ladder a little bit more before you can do blah, blah, blah. That's what's not real. What is real is that you're psychic as fuck, talented as fuck, multidimensional as fuck, mystic as fuck, artistic as fuck, and your light is inextinguishable. That's what's actually real. So then we start to understand, oh, there really is a spiritual war happening on planet Earth, a spiritual war that would seek to keep us separated from each other, separated from ourselves, and disempowered, disembodied. I believe that's why there is so much attack on our minds, which deeply happens through social networks, right? It deeply happens through the news cycles, whatever we're choosing to intake, that has a hold on our minds. And then no longer are we the sovereign keepers of our mind, body, and hearts. We're being dragged around by the next thing we see in the news, and our emotional states are fluctuating with that. And then we feel what? Overwhelmed and out of control. The irony of this also is we're being invited to drop the control in favor of being in devotion to the divine. And so there's this control and this energy that we take back so that we can devote it to something larger than ourselves. That is us. That we are an expression of. Is that making sense? In a reading, put your mind in the light of the divine. You are protected. Release any fear of being tainted or damaged by the energy of others. The purity of your spirit cannot be harmed. Sovereignty, sovereignty, autonomy, autonomy, courage, power, authority, authority. Whatever has been bothering you, allow it to do so no more. Divine protection and intervention is here for you now. Your trust empowers it to work wonders in your world. Okay, so now it's pointing to our trust and our faith actually being an agent that activates this protection that's around us. So the more faithful we can be, the less space there is for fear to live. I say to my clients a lot, how can you be more faithful so that you can fear less? That's a good one for your journal. You are growing spiritually to the point of being able to offer protection to others. It happens through being able to hold a center of energy within, stable enough not to be dislodged or compromised by the fears or doubts of others. Your faith remains true even in the face of another's doubts. You are becoming a stabilizing presence of love, light, and divine power upon the earth. You are helping others more than you perhaps realize, and certainly many of whom you've never met, who are on their own paths, trying to stabilize their hearts and minds into a place of loving serenity and wisdom. Negativity will not triumph in you or your world. If you are worried about a loved one who seems to be traveling along a path that is going to offer them nothing but struggle and suffering, and despite your best intentions to guide them, they persist still, you are asked to hand over your concerns to the Divine Mother with absolute faith. Get out of other people's business. Put your eyes on your own paper. Just get out of people's business. That's a Nina phrase that we really meditated on in our retreat, like just reorienting our eyes to our own paper and our own tasks. And this othering and this pointing outwards and this canceling shit, I want you to know that's not of the light. That's not of the divine. It's not even progressive. It's not even actually being woke or liberated. You comparing your work against other people and canceling that person, or saying you're a coach and you're like, well, the coaching industry does it this way and blah, blah, and I'm here to do it this way. I used to do that shit in order to make myself feel more valid and important. And then somewhere along the way, I was like, nah, this competition, patriarchal shit ain't gonna fly anymore. So instead of doing this, I went like this. And that's when the true awakening happened. And I did have folks in my life mirroring back to me some of the most violent voices of my own inner critic, so that like the high priestess I am, I could meet those voices of my subconscious, go to my own underworld and rise. If you've known me the past couple of years, you know I've been studying the codes of metamorphosis, and that's the journey that I've been in, because I'm not interested in an unintegrated self. I'm not interested in teaching from an unintegrated place. I'm not interested in being perfect. I'm not interested in being right. I'm interested in telling the truth. And I promise to keep telling the truth. And I uphold that promise by my willingness to keep doing this, but not like this, not pinching and like scrutinizing this, where the gaze comes inside. Where, like Saint Teresa, we're scanning this inner world, we're finding the light, and we're gathering all the parts and the pieces of the being that need to be loved, and we're giving them that love, so they're no longer grasping and reaching outside of us in every chance they get in order to prove it, because that really impacts our relationships with ourselves, with our loved ones, and with our work that we're here to do in the world. So she's inviting us into a little meditation, and I think we should do this together right now. So I'll read this out to you. You can close your eyes if you'd like. Imagine, sense, or feel a field of pure white light generating above your head. It swirls and sparkles, clean and pure. It is all around you and through you, and you are feeling peaceful and powerful. In this moment, like you're adding spices to the soup or the chili or the dal, can you add the textures of peace and power, meditating on peace and power and white light? And I'm going to say the following prayer, and I'm going to invite you to just receive this in your mind, body, and heart in whatever way you need to today. Kuan Yin, white mantra mother, protect me with your mantra. Bring it to life in my cells, within my heart and mind, so that the serenity of your grace becomes a divine imprint etched upon my heart and mind, a sanctuary of your spirit held within, to which I can always return. So be it. If you wish to offer a blessing of protection to another, add this statement now. Please extend this blessing to cover, and then you can speak the name of the person in your heart, or maybe it's on behalf of all beings. Through divine grace and my own free will, so be it. And you can see that inner white light extending out and just coating planet Earth, or surrounding that beloved one in your life that you just want to imbue with light. And then she invites us to repeat the following mantra for as long as feels good, or at least until you feel a sense of peace and love in your heart. So she's inviting us into Om Mane Padme Hum. Let's do that 5 times together. So I can say it, we can do a little call and response. So I'll give you some space between me saying it each time, and really tune into your heart as you're speaking these words. Let this be like a drink of water for your heart. And in fact, to just bring the awareness down into the heart and down into the body, I'm going to use the tool of water. Feel free to join me. And then one of my teachers, Erica, incredible Akashic teacher, Numination on Instagram. You can look in my followers to find her page. She would invite us in our Akashic Records classes to drink water and then meditate on where the water would reach and go, and let that be an intelligent spiritual practice. So if you'd like to join me in that in this moment, we can meditate on where the water wants to go today. I feel it like, so the heart is 8-sided. It's this big geometric temple, air temple, nestled in our lungs. I feel it like gracing like the sides and like the back of my heart. Where do you feel the water going in you? If you'd like to drop it here in the chat on Instagram or in Zoom, you're welcome to. And how is that practice of meditating with the water for you? Now that we've hydrated, let's go into a couple rounds of Om Mani Padme Hum. We're going to do 5, and again, we'll do a call and response. So Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 I'm going to sing a little song for this just to activate my own throat chakra, and I feel like it'll support the resonance of the space. You can join me if you know this tune. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. If you'd like to, you can join me in an Om. Om is the sound of the primordial pulse and breath of the multiverse. So when we Om, it's not just some cute thing that we do, it's actually us tuning and plugging into the resonance of love. So let's do a little Om together. And maybe as you Om, you can also focus on that current of white light within you. And then as your Om extends out, you can imagine that white light, again, just covering the earth and covering all beings. This is what it means to be a light worker. We get to do this. So let's do an Om. And then just see that light extending out and just anointing all of the loved ones in your life, all of your beloveds, your family, your friends, your community, extending out to anoint your state or your country or province, extending out to just anoint all of planet Earth and see the whole grid of the earth lit up with electric white light, pulsing with potential, pulsing with peace, pulsing with love, all beings with enough food and water, all beings with enough resource, all beings with love. Can you hold the vision of every being on the planet, including yourself, being well resourced and well cared for? The only consciousness that will call this utopia and unrealistic is a consciousness that is addicted to suffering and patriarchy and white supremacy and capitalism and recreating it. So please never let anyone gaslight you into believing that your visualization and your prayer and your meditation and your frequency and your vibration isn't powerful, because that's a lie. It's actually one of the most powerful tools that you have. I haven't even touched any of our other cards yet, and we're already at 11 o'clock, but it's important that we go through this. So I'm just going to keep rocking and rolling. I'm going to say that we'll start our movement in about a half hour. So at this time, if you want to use this time to use the bathroom, get a snack, set up your space while I'm talking and giving these codes. If you're on Instagram and want to join us for movement, head over to the link in my bio or click my stories to register and join us on Zoom, because after about 11:30, I am going to shut off Instagram. I think it might shut off soon anyways, because we've been on here since 9 a.m. So there's a chance that it's going to go bye-bye in a minute. So join us over on Zoom. Okay, so we got our two main cards on the altar. I want to now go into communicating with spirit. This is our first card. So when it comes to receiving divine guidance, human language can only go so far. That's why I'm also talking to you on this drip on a vibrational level. It's why I'm inviting us into moments of reflection and resonance, because there's only so much I can give you through the words. That's why art and ritual exist. Yeah. Let the practice of your self-care as art and ritual, which is a mantra that started pouring through me when I channeled the 7 pillars of higher self-embodiment. Your self-care is art and ritual at the altar of your life. Your self-care is art. Your self-care is art. Your self-care is ritual. It's because there's only so much that we can communicate with words. There's so much I'm communicating to you through my embodiment right now. I'm wearing like a really fun unitard from the 80s. I got my cheetah on, so we got a little wild energy. I have this beautiful altar in this space set for you. So I'm communicating to you with so much more than words right now. In your own practice, at the altar of your life, where are you being called to infuse and imbue more art and ritual? And where can you let that be one of the most ancient practices that exist? In the same way, these mantras that we've been working with are over 10,000 years old, so is the practice of self-care as art and ritual. When we can receive, perceive, and communicate that which goes beyond linear thinking, we start to ascend through the body. When we can receive, perceive, and communicate that which goes beyond linear thinking, that's when healing starts to happen in the body. We have to move the conversation beyond the mind, beyond the words, beyond what the front brain is doing and the back brain is doing. We have to bring it into the resonance of the heart. We have to allow ourselves to be communicated to by all of the beings that surround us, by the clothes, by the smells. We're being invited to activate our senses. And when we do this, we enter into a timeless dimension, which is what I'm going to invite us to do in our 7 pillars movement practice today, where quantum healing and divine knowing exists. One of my teachers, Kaya Ra, says when we enter the space of ceremony, instantaneous healing and divine knowing exist. Again, putting down the linear model of what we've been told and imbued with what our healing journey is going to look like, and knowing that, first of all, our journey is so damn unique, it's going to look like nobody else's. And especially because time is collapsing in a major way right now, there may be spontaneous healing and awakening that's on the altar for you. But the mind and the ego may be in a real battle with that. So we have to bring our awareness into the body and engage the senses in order to communicate with spirit at that next level of vibrational resonance. Now, our words are also an expression of vibration. In the throat chakra, the element is sound, the element is ether, the element is resonance and vibration. When we're speaking, we're translating vibration into words. So as I'm speaking and channeling and teaching right now, I am translating what I'm receiving through my body to you. I'm not moving from my mind. I'm using my breath to connect my mind to my heart and my body, which is creating heart-brain coherence. And then from that space, I'm communicating. So in your practice today, in your movement practice, where can you allow your body to be a vessel to communicate with the divine? When you reconnect with source through your practice, whatever is not in resonance with that source energy will vibrate out of your field. So this is where our practice also becomes about energetic hygiene and energetic maintenance. We take showers and change our clothes and clean our homes and all the things. How often are you doing energetic hygiene and maintenance on your own self, especially if you're out there working with a lot of people, boots on the ground? Consult your body's wisdom is our next card. I love this card. Your body is the holy vehicle that carries the sacred spark of divine essence that you are into crystallized physical expression. So your body is an expression of your divine essence. So your body holds all the wisdom, all the codes, all the answers. It keeps the score. And if you go back in, something that's really cool that we can do from our breath is that the breath is also keeping the score. I want to use a different word than score. Your breath, your diaphragm, your lungs, your organs are record keepers. One of my teachers guided us into a beautiful practice to connect to the Akashic records of our own soul through our breath, which was to just quite literally tune into our breath and like scanning the bed sheets of our being and smoothing them out. We can find through our breath where there's any little kink or feeling or message or download that's wanting to move through us. The breath is such a powerful tool to do our inquiry and our survey work on the body. And then our organs are communicating so much to us. Our bones are communicating so much to us. When we lay on the floor in Savasana and we splay out, we can meditate on if we're holding ourselves up and gripping our bones, or if one by one we can release the bones and remember that they're meant to float. So the body is showing us what's going on in the mind. The body is mapping what's going on in the mind. Dr. Joe Dispenza talks about the body quite literally being a map of the subconscious. So look no further than your body and what you're navigating right now to sort of see what's going on a mind level. Consult Your Body's Wisdom is also inviting us to acknowledge that the supreme intelligence that creates and sustains galaxies also flows through and animates our human form. So we're invited to honor the divine design of our body. And even though the body doesn't use words, the body is always talking to us. So let's tune in right now. Is there a way that you can adjust yourself to make yourself more comfortable? Like quite literally in your physical body right now. I'm going to extend my legs out, open them up a little bit. I've been sitting cross-legged, kind of give my little pelvic floor a massage on the bolster, come back down into the lower part of my body. I've been doing a lot of talking, so that's going to be my invitation. What's your invitation? Is there a need that you have that needs to be taken care of right now? Needs live in our root chakra. So before we can even connect to our desire and our self-expression and what we love and our intuitive downloads and that we are our higher self, we got to take care of our needs first. That's the first and foremost. And if you're a feminine being, especially, we have been so gaslit out of our needs and bypassing our needs and starving ourselves and holding our pee and just doing all kinds of crazy shit that patriarchy taught us how to do. So be in a radical revolutionary act of reclamation in this moment and be like, how can I make myself a little more comfortable? Again, practicing at the altar of our homes to show up resourced at the altar of our lives. Next card coming through is pollinator. Integral and a necessary part of a larger system is what the pollinator card points to. One who gathers and disperses vital information. And industrious worker. An industrious worker. So this feels like it's pointing to like the hard worker bees in the coven, and the way that you are here to quite literally pollinate so much on the earth through your light. And you're part of a larger network of light workers, including myself, who's doing this work. So if you feel like you're out here spreading light and love and you feel kind of alone, come join us in the Blood, Bone, and Honey Pot membership and take care of that need, the need at the primal level to belong. I've heard a lot of people recently in one-on-one sessions share this grief around feeling out of resonance with maybe friends or community that at one point they felt in resonance with, and really in this process of wanting to call in like a new texture of community. No longer can we be these highly sensitive beings who are in relationship with people who are not interested in that inquiry. I want to say that differently. It doesn't mean we can't be in relationship. We are in relationship with all beings all the time. Even if we think we are canceling someone, or we're divesting from them, or we're setting a boundary, or even if we have physically like removed contact with someone, there's still a vibrational conversation that's always happening, right? So we can't cut ourselves off, but we can always take space. And also in the taking of that space, let yourself find your new coven. Let yourself build new relationships and new friendships. I just met someone yesterday and at the co-op, and we were talking about how it's hard to make friends as adult women, and like navigating how to do that again. And the way that we're making friends now is probably pretty similar to the way that we did it on the playground, 11-11 on our time. So in that process, there's a little being inside of us that we're also taking care of and stewarding. How do you want to be in relationship now? Know that you're a pollinator amongst pollinators. Call in the other pollinators who have an invested interest in spreading more light and love on the planet. I don't know when that became not cool. I don't know when we started making fun of like love and light and spreading that, because I think that's the coolest thing that exists personally. I think that being willing to look at where we are addicted to recreating our own suffering, which then hold up these systems, right, that affect us at different intersections of privilege and access. It's so important to look at where we are continuing to invest in these systems, where we need to divest, and then where us divesting and acknowledging where we're recreating our own suffering is actually us divesting from recreating suffering on the planet. So you're a pollinator. We have a beautiful being tuning in and saying on Instagram, a different word than score. I was just thinking and feeling that the body expands and contracts to explore and remember our capacity, which is vast. Beautiful morning with you and all y'all. Thank you so much. That's a beautiful, beautiful offering. The expansion and contraction will bring in as a part of our conversation of the way that we are in a process of self-revelation. And in the process of self-revelation, we could connect revelation to the crown chakra. That means we're going through these 7 stages if we're tracking the 7 main chakra system, which we can work with as these big planets and orbs of energy in our body. In each one of those intersecting points, St. Teresa pointed to those as the 7 mansions. There's going to be a death and rebirth process at these 7 points. A death to our doubt and a rebirth to our inherent belonging, a death to our guilt and a rebirthing to our inherent right to pleasure and desire, our death to shame and a rebirth of our right to cultivate a self-concept and identity in alignment with our higher self-expression, a death to all of the grief and the holding on to that and the recreating of a past and opening to the infinite love that's available through the heart, a death to our censorship and stabbing ourselves in the throat because we're scared if we don't do it, then someone else will, a death to that and an opening to the unique expression that's here for us, a death to the illusion that we're separate, the illusion that we don't actually know what we're talking about, the illusion that we're not psychic and sensitive in all these ways, and an opening to the way that we have another eye to see and perceive from another perspective. A death to the attachment to the old world and how all the things were supposed to go and blah, 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 and an opening to a reality beyond maybe what your ego or mind could conceive or perceive in this moment. So that code of expansion and contraction of self-realization, we understand that the death is necessary for the birth, because energy is constant, energy is infinite, energy is forever. So that contraction becomes a part of our expansion. It becomes a part of the momentum that propels us forward. So thank you so much for introducing that code. And this is how we co-weave our shit. That's why at the beginning of this, I said, I am occupying the space of teacher and guide, but I'm also relating to all y'all as your own teachers and guides. And that's what we're here to do. Here's what I think. What do you think? Oh, that's so cool. That makes me think about this thing. What does that make you think? Oh, so cool. And that way of relating, it's spiralic. It's not top down. It is the feminine economy. So when we're in revelation, we're in this invitation to reveal the truth. And in this case, to reveal the truth of ourselves to ourselves. If you feel stuck or stale or heavy or at war, peace is available through noticing the pattern of thought or action that you're currently navigating and then choosing something new. There's no arriving. We got to get out of the destination mindset. There's no arriving. As this person also introduced, the expansion and contraction is about creation continuing to create through us. We're not going to arrive at this fixed, solid state and thank goddess that is our higher self. We're already our higher self, and we're just remembering how to be that in our human body, because what the human journey is, the spiritual experience is the ceremony that we signed up for. There's nothing more spiritual than actually just being in your body and navigating your human life from a consciousness of love. No plant medicine ceremony, no ritual, none of it will compare to you meeting your life as the ceremony. If your life is full of change, then your life is full of God. If your life is full of change, your life is full of the divine, because the only constant is change. So, what kind of attachment are you being called to let go of right now in terms of an old self and an old life? One of the prompts we'll work with in our movement is, what do I need to anchor so that I can feel me, so that I can feel my center? Next card, we have a beaver, hardworking, loyal, and family first. Beavers have this good-natured and friendly energy. It's like excited to dig the hands in and do the work. So if you relate to that within you, that's the aspect that's being called on. And it talks about providing financial security and a stable home. It also speaks to maybe some efforting needed, some intention, some momentum needing to get created around getting things started. But then once it gets started, it's going to go full force. I can already feel that for myself and my own beaver energy with this membership. Like, we're just going. We're just doing it. Quite literally, the first practice is going to drop next Thursday on the 1st. And after this call, if you sign up for the Blood, Bone, and Honey Pot membership, we're going to continue the conversation in the Discord starting pretty immediately. As soon as you want to, you're welcome to tap in there. So that beaver pointing to this energy, and this card also appears when the task at hand is going to require our long-term study. So whatever you're being called to look at and sort of root and reroute around right now is about long-term growth. Yes, it's about what you're building right now, but it's also about what you're building for the future. We're in like big foundations energy. Anyone else feeling that? Like, not just because we're in Virgo season and it's an earth sign and it's a great time to rebuild foundations. I've been feeling that all year around rebuilding foundations for this new world, for this new earth that we just got birthed into, that's very, very different than it was in 2019. So if there's some frustration coming up around like getting things started, let your consciousness tune into where right now, like, you're building this for the long term. We have to put aside, which is so hard because our brains are being so wired through social media for this right now. We have to put down the immediate gratification and we have to tune into the texture of devotion, which has us in our practice for days and weeks and months and years on end as we're stewarding and cultivating and growing the garden of our blooms. This card also points to the way selfless service can help bring this energy into balance. Offering these free masterclasses is really like giving is receiving, right? So as I'm giving, I'm receiving all these codes, and I'm also in my devotion and practice around how I want to show up in this membership. So if there's a way that you can offer some selfless service or maybe a free class right now to get people tuned into what it is that you're offering, or you want to show up in your community and maybe connect that way and offer something there, this card is an affirmation of that. The importance of, like, yes, being paid for all of these beautiful things that we offer, but what ways are you giving back to your community? Are you keeping everything so closed and tight that nobody knows what you're actually doing? I really had to move through that, and that's why I started the devotional drip last year. I was like, I need to just start getting all of this stuff out of my body. Like, I can no longer be in just this one-on-one relationship with my clients. I love that. And also, I'd be on these sessions with my clients and I'd be like, everyone needs to hear this. So starting the devotional drip for me, which is my free YouTube series, and it's what I'm doing with you right now, has been such a huge part of like refining my channel, tuning into my gifts, refining my message, building confidence, like getting in my body around what it is that I feel called from the depths of my soul to do and be. So just offering that as an invitation, if that resonates for you in your work, maybe there's a way you can shine and share your gifts right now that would actually leave you feeling more fed than when you started. I get so fucking lit after teaching these classes. I'm like ready to like go like holler from the mountain and like hold up each little Simba and like bless them to the sun. Like, it really gets me on that level. So the beaver card coming through to say that. And the beaver card also is talking about us breaking patterns. If you're birthing a new world for yourself, create ways to ground as you birth. I did a couple birth doula trainings back in 2018 and 2019, and one of the things that really was profound for me when I was learning about like how do you create space for people to give birth, is how important like the essential oils and the twinkle lights and the water and the snacks and the environment and the sounds and the energy was to create a safe and sacred space for birthing. So maybe this is an invitation to put a candle on your desk and light the essential oil diffuser and burn the sacred herb and create sacred space for yourself. So when you're birthing these new projects into being, you feel supported by the energetic resonance and the field surrounding you, because we're always imprinting into the field, and then the field is always imprinting into us. So much energetic conversation always happening. So dance, move your body, take care of yourself, do the things that motivate you and bring you joy, and let that build your momentum. Let that be your footing on the ground. Also, remember your intention, remember your why. Let that get you into momentum. Again, the power of our spells are directly linked to the power and clarity of our intention. That also goes for our manifestation. How clear is your intention? So right now, an intention could be, why am I on this masterclass? Maybe just investigating that for yourself. Why are you here? Why are you still listening right now? Why are you tuning in? What's here for you today? What's your intention in being here? Another one could be, what am I ready to create for myself? One of our prompts will be, what aspects of my true self am I birthing into being? Making that internal agreement and then taking the action to do it is what the beaver card is inviting us into. And maybe there's an aspect of yourself that you're birthing that's going to take you 3 years to birth. Due dates are a myth, even in the real ass birthing of a baby. Like, babies come when they want to come. Babies come when the body is ready. Babies come when babies are ready. So use that metaphor and apply that to your own journey of growth right now. Trust the divine timing over the timing of the ego. Spade. Planting, tending, harvesting that which nurtures you, utilizing the tools that will actually make your vision attainable, digging in. Self-permission to go in and glow up. Teresa of Avila says, the deeper we go inside, the brighter the light that we find. So this spade card saying, like, it might be time to like dig up some roots of some old belief systems. You may be rearranging your house, rearranging your business, rearranging your relationships. This is such an affirmation of that. We have someone on Instagram saying, yes, the foundations also reminds me of the mycelium because it shakes the roots to strengthen the foundation, literally, if this of the soul and substrate. That is our next card. It is literally mycelium. So the last thing I wrote on this spade card is, may indicate a helpful ally. I just read this comment, and y'all, you can't make this up. Like, this is the next card. Like, that's on the altar and in my notes, is mycelium. So mycelium pointing to the support system. right? Mycelium pointing to the gathering of resources to support the community, your inner community, your inner committee, gathering your resources to support all the expressions and aspects and parts of you. And then also to support your actual community. This card also points to positive momentum towards fruition and healing on a global level. So global leaders, global light workers, global conversation. We're in the mycelium. We're as deep down in the dirt as we are up in the heavens, because at one point we realize it's all the same loving, infinite consciousness pouring through everything and pouring through you. Earlier, I said, when we're consulting our body's wisdom, one of our cards that came up earlier, we're invited to recognize where the supreme intelligence that creates and sustains galaxies also flows through us and animates our human form. We love that. We love that. Thank you so much for pointing to the mycelium, dear heart. Your contributions are deeply appreciated. Okay, next card, tap into primal power. So from the roots of our mycelium also pointing to consciousness. Look at this network of consciousness. This is all of us all over the earth sharing information. You could think about the mushrooms sharing information with the trees. If you haven't studied the connection between mushrooms and trees and literally all beings, go do some mycelium and tree research. Fantastic Fungi is a great little intro into mycelium world. And then next time it rains, go outside and be in a little investigation and see if you can find the mushrooms, and then go up to them and talk to them and see what they have to say. Be careful of touching them if you don't know what they are. And also, something I love about mushrooms is when you look underneath them, like it almost looks like there's like a little like microphone. And it reminds me of those things on the playground when we were kids, where you could like be on the playground and be like, hello, through one of those things, and then someone on the other side of the playground would hear you. That's how I like experience mushrooms. Like they feel like they're here to help be a microphone to carry codes of consciousness on the spiritual and energetic level, and then they're quite literally carrying nutrients. Every morning, my little morning beverage is some cacao with like a super mushroom blend of some sort. And I really find that that helps me on the cerebral level, on the physiological level, on the neurodivergent level. It really helps my focus. If you're interested in the powder I use, you can DM me and I'll send you a picture. But there's all kinds of amazing medicinal mushroom powders out there. Highly recommend using mushrooms as a tool and a friend. Okay, so tapping into our primal power, tapping into our primordial power. This is the card that reminds me of Kali Ma, goddess of destruction, holy mother of death, so that we can rebirth ourselves. Look at her and also look at you. This is you right now. This is the aspect of yourself that we're going to activate in our movement practice. This card points to needing to let go of the need to control and letting go of the overly predictable. Stop practicing the past just because it's familiar. Stop practicing the past. Not because I said so, but because it cuts you off from what's here for you right now. It cuts you off from your own potential. Whether you can feel it or not, there is a burning need right now to bring about something specific for all of us. You will get clear about what that is for you. Maybe you already know when you reconnect to your primal power and you reconnect to that voice of unlimited creativity, which we're going to meditate on through our movement practice. It's no longer sustainable to tiptoe around or to play nice or to give away your power. Niceness and politeness are not the same thing as kindness. Start to investigate in your own mind, body, and heart. What's the difference? Stop apologizing for who you are and what you want. You are an earthly manifestation of Shakti, the alive and dynamic force of creation. You will benefit from honoring the force of physical desire in your body and heart. Desire is the holy and divine energy that creates worlds, magnetizes and catalyzes relationships, and allows you to birth beautiful new conditions into form. We're being invited to release shame and guilt and remember that physical pleasure is a sacred gift of the goddess to all her earthly children. Beautiful time to be in a meditative self-pleasure practice, which can be as simple as tuning into your breath, activating your senses, perhaps through something that smells nice. Maybe you burn some incense, maybe you put on some music that's nice and gentle or activates you in your feeling sense. You know, that music that like turns you on in your soul and gets your goat going. What's that for you? Adorn yourself in something sweet, and then just practice grazing the body with your own hands. And you could even just like imbue your physical body with light. We can do a little bit of that during our movement practice today, but maybe even in this moment, like feel the pleasure of just having your hand on your own heart. You can practice holding it strong to your heart, and then you can practice the sensation of bringing in breath and softening your hands. Maybe you try the same with your belly, and then maybe you move your hands around your body and you see where they want to go. Virgo, beautiful time to be in our sacred self-pleasure, sacred sexuality practice. Reclaiming that first and foremost, we have this agreement of belonging to the divine and our higher selves. Where can you allow the divine and source to penetrate you deeper? Gonna leave that one there. I want to look at Vulture. Death and rebirth are happening at the same time. Be a death doula and a birth doula for yourself. The mycelium inviting us to be our own consciousness, our own midwife the mycelium consciousness inviting us to be our own midwives of our own consciousness. So you're your own death doula, you're your own birth doula. You're allowing the parts that are ready to go to rest, and then you're creating space for the parts of you that are ready to express, to come alive. We are midwives for ourselves, and then we are midwives for a planet. Let grief and anger and despair be a part of the death and the birthing ritual. We're not avoiding the feeling of doubt and grief and pain and despair and suffering. In fact, we're acknowledging and we're bowing to that, and we're letting the deep feeling clear our channel, but then we're not stopping there. We're knowing that from that place of compost, we grow the new seeds of our intention. Mushrooms here also pointing to that. So the vulture is the guardian and the purifier that's essential for our rebalance. It does the dirty work that no one else wants to do, and it cleans up our messes. The vulture card appears when we're being called into creating balance. Balance, justice, Libra season, that will be the next realm that we move into after Virgo season. Start looking at this now in Virgo season, and then once we get into Libra at the end of September, beginning of October, maybe your inquiry and investigation around justice and balance the stage has already been preset because you've been in your devotional work. So maybe whatever's dying and shedding right now is on behalf of your highest good. What happens when you meet what's being purified right now, and what feels like it's being taken away from a consciousness of, oh, this is actually happening for me. Remember, the vulture is greatly misunderstood. What you thought was a mistake or a tragedy is a blessing in disguise. Our blessings are always wrapped up inside of our lessons. When we heal ourselves and we tend to those lessons, we heal our lineage. When in balance, this card is in touch with wisdom. When out of balance, there can be this dramatic, kind of like aggressive, lamenting, woe is me. To bring back into balance, we're invited to clean our space and sage. So that internal clearing and that internal organization, and then yes, of course, like our home space, we want to be in clean and healthy and loving spaces, because then the resonance of consciousness is just higher in the space, and that's just how energy works. So we don't need to shame ourselves about it. We can just kind of be like, oh, like if I'm feeling a little backed up internally or externally, I'm just going to let this make sense. I don't need to be in all kinds of judgment around it. I can just decide now it's time to make a shift. Change is God. Great. When I'm making this change, I'm in alignment with the divine. I love that. Notice the pattern. When you notice certain patterns or melodies in your life, when you notice what's repeating, you can rewrite the song and dance to a different tune. It takes a big amount of energy to slow down and listen. Think about you're going really, really fast and then you got to pump the brakes. Sometimes when we slow down, we can actually start feeling more exhausted than when we were moving really fast because the body is catching up with itself. We're invited with this card to move beyond the surface layers of our lives and uncover the belief systems and the values and the paradigms that are creating what the underlining and under patterning of our reality. What is weaving the fabric of our experience? Our beliefs, our self-concept, our identity. The root of whatever you're navigating could very well be in your personal history, or it could be in the history of your ancestry and your past lives. What if we let it all be true? What patterns right now are you carrying on or reemerging from your ancestors that are beautiful and sacred that you want to breathe life into for generations to come? Me being willing to show up and say, hello, yes, I am a healer. I am intuitive. I am here to walk with women and other magical beings as they walk themselves back to their own hearts. I'm here to learn how to make bread, be an entrepreneur, put my hands in the soil, and be a Renaissance woman, be an ancient woman, be in the embodiment of healer and guide and teacher. And I'm certainly not the first one in my lineage to do that, but I am picking up the threads. And my mom helped me pick up those threads, and her mom helped her pick up those threads, and we just keep carrying the thread of our promises forward. There's a song that called The Course. I think I put it on the playlist I linked in my stories yesterday, where it says, I will fetch the water, I will be the course, I will find the rain, I will find the rain. And it talks about us quite literally doing the work that we're doing now for generations to come, tuning back into this beaver card. Yes, we do this on behalf of healing our own souls. And also we do this on behalf of the thousands of years, I'm holding that consciousness, ahead of us on this planet. Because I don't know about you, but I love this earth way too much to practice a consciousness of destruction and not act like that's not contributing to the destruction of the planet. What are you practicing? Are you honoring the power of your vision? Are you walking around scared all day, perpetuating and continuing to share cycles of violence and how worried and scared and all the things you are? Or are you in alignment with the highest potential? That is not bypassing. That is actually so spiritually mature to honor the power of your vision and then practice one that is in resonance and alignment with life, living more life. So what patterns are you carrying forward? And then what patterns are you disrupting and refusing to carry forward in your lineage? Bow to the lineage that you're a part of. What you're transmuting is not only yours, it's shared, and it's meant to be shared within the collective field of your guide and ancestors and other beings who are also doing the same coursework so that we can exchange notes, because it's no longer going to work for us to all just do it alone, isolated in our own little temples at our own little altars. Like, we've got to bust the windows and the temple gates open and start to be in a conversation around some of these things. And as always, I may be speaking with a lot of conviction and authority right now, but you are your own authority. You are your own teacher. You are your own guide. What do you feel convicted around as I'm sharing this message? What's your coursework? What applies to you? I'm not here to say that. I'm just here to offer a bunch of things that you can investigate and then run through your system and your sovereignty to see what resonates as truth. So we aren't just breaking patterns for us, we're breaking them for a new paradigm. When a challenge repeats itself, frustration can come up and we can feel like we're running in circles, but we're never actually doing that. What looks like a spiral dance and us just coming back to the same lessons over and over again is actually us being brought closer to our own centers and the opportunity to repeat and revisit patterns programs and coursework and lessons within our own labyrinth so that we can ascend through them. And thank goodness, I certainly don't want to skip lessons, because I'm in touch with where, if I did, I wouldn't be in alignment with what it is that I actually want for my life. So this card comes up when it's time to acknowledge an old pattern so that we can transform it, transcend it, and set ourselves free, because there's no liberation without transformation. Transformation is the precursor to liberation. So clarify what you want, choose what you want, and be unshakable in your determination to organize your life around that choice. Look in the mirror. Look in the mirror. Every single person on the planet is a mirror and a teacher. When you look into the being sitting across from you, instead of trying to win, be right, be better, be more, or maybe you're in a pattern of self-deprecating and like putting someone else on a pedestal, instead of doing all that in the mirror, practice relating from a sovereign space of being a master and that other being a master. No matter where you are or they are on your path, we're now relating to each other master to master. The old way of relating isn't going to work, and you're going to find that. I'm finding that so much in my own relationships. Like, it doesn't work anymore. The old paradigm, the old world, the old ways of doing things, it's gone, it's dead, the tower's crumbling. Now we're cultivating these emerging systems, these new ways of relating to ourselves, each other, the earth, and the world. And how exciting. So whether you're looking into the mirror of another person or you're physically looking into the mirror at yourself, Virgo season can be a time of a lot of like scrutinizing and judgmental energy and wanting to pick things apart. This energy comes from this this true beautiful desire to like keep things clean and clear and priestess-like in the temple, but that can also has a shadow side, right? So notice where you're being over scrutinizing, overly judgmental. What's the difference between judgment and discernment? Try that on in your body. When I'm moving with the texture of judgment versus when I'm moving with the texture of discernment, what do those two consciousnesses feel like? And when you're in the actual practice of looking into the mirror of yourself or another person, can you sense and feel into the difference between being in discernment and being in judgment? War and peace. Because we got to get out of the war and into the peace with ourselves and each other. This card talks about inner war and creating coherence, connection, and companionship between heart and mind. Trust what your heart is saying at this time, and then also apply logic. Apply logic to that. Where is there a battle? Where is there a battle? Wherever there's a battle between the heart and mind, tap back into that witness consciousness and see, what do I want? What do I not want? And then from that investigation, you could literally write on a sheet of paper, I want, I don't want, I am not, I love, I don't love. And then let the mind and the heart kind of duke it out around that. And then you and your witness consciousness go through and read back the paper and see what's real for you. When we breathe and connect to our breath, that's our first step towards heart-brain coherence. So when you feel yourself spiraling out, as you're noticing all the patterns, you're spiraling out, you also need to go as deeply inside as you're going outside. So if you're expressing a lot out into the world, you're in a lot of movement, you're in a lot of yes, you're in a lot of changes, then that anchor needs to be dropped down as deeply from your body into the earth. That happens through our breath, because our breath brings our awareness to our body. When we bring awareness to our body, we feel connected to the earth that we are. When we feel connected to the earth that we are, we can feel connected to the earth that we exist upon. When we create coherence, we're in the process of self-realization. We're in the process of revelation. I'm gonna buzz through these last ones real quick because I'm ready to get into some movement, and I know you all are too. So play. Where's our play card? Measure your success by belly laughs. Honor play as a need like food and water. Schedule play into your life. Honor your sense of childlike wonder. If you feel uninspired, go out and play. Princess of the Red Poppies calling us to notice that clearings are about bringing expanded perception. So this ability to see the past, present, and future more clearly. The past does not have power over us unless we give it power over us. Free yourself from what has been and let the emotional charge from the past release from your body in this movement practice. Again, we're going to go through what do I need to anchor so that I can feel me, so that I can feel my center. Express your truth, don't hold back, honor it in order to create the clearing. This is a time of completing unfinished business. Last ally, not last ally on the altar, but last ally from our divine feminine deck, we have Umoja. Umoja is an African goddess who gave birth to all 14 gods and goddesses in the Yoruba religion. She is caring and nurturing and also fiercely protective and strong with the desire to relieve her children of any struggles or sorrows. So this can point to our own higher self desire to relieve ourselves and all beings of suffering. It points to this ferocity and fierceness we can take over the stewarding of our mind, body, and hearts, and we can be the protective space for ourselves. We get to be the safe space for ourselves. And when we're a safe space for ourselves, then we can be a true actual safe space for other people. Not the commodification of safe spaces and what we think that means, but on a vibrational resonance level, we actually become that. It's different to think you're safe versus to like actually be in the practice of welcoming all beings. Umoja also points us to her mantra is, I'm an ocean of creative energy and I give birth to what exists within me. We can be this force for ourselves, this birthing force, this creative force, and we can also tap into this force that exists within us. When we recognize what we may feel like is being taken from us, from the perspective of the ego, from the perspective of the higher self, we recognize that what's actually happening is there's space being created for us on behalf of our highest good to awaken, reveal, and birth the truth of who we actually are. We bring the unseen into the physical realm. Umoja is the queen of the ocean. She is a mermaid, so holler to all my mermaid priestesses. She's a ruler of the subconscious and the creative force that allows us to translate the ineffable, so the intangible, into art. So this is where we're going to take in our movement practice everything that's inside of us and make art from that. Self-care as ritual and art at the altar of our lives. She is the energy that brings new life into this world. She is the energy or force that creates flow where there was once a block or stagnation. This is the energy that sweeps in to wash away feelings of being uninspired or stuck in a creative endeavor, whether that be writing a book or showing up in a relationship. Umoja is the feminine essence that sets that energy back into motion. And as a mermaid, she exists both in the depths of the subconscious and the unseen world, and then also she can emerge and look around and shine her face in the light of the sun. So she can help us dive deep into the unconscious or the collective unconscious and retrieve hidden secrets and pearls of wisdom that we need to integrate now for our life to start flowing again. As the queen of the ocean, she baptizes us to start over and over again. She invites us to use water as a ritual, which we did earlier in this class. If you want the replay, you can join the newsletter at the link in my bio. And if you're on Zoom, I'll be sending out this replay to everyone who registered and to the newsletter. So if you haven't taken a bath in a minute, maybe it's time to give yourself a little ritual bath after our movement practice. Let water be an ally for you in your ritual. Bring in the water, bring in the water. And yes to supporting our nervous systems and resourcing that light from within. And also yes to remembering that our mission and our healing is bigger than us. And something bigger than this human experience has got us and is guiding us. But it's a choice to believe that that inner and outer light can penetrate us even in the darkest of times. It's a choice to believe that whatever you feel called to create was actually divinely ordained and imprinted into the blueprint of your soul. And it's a choice to no longer tell yourself a lie about that. I have to do that with myself on a daily basis to be able to hold a ministry this big. Courage is not the absence of fear. It's having the fear and doing it anyways. So be in a practice of that today in your movement practice. What vision are you holding and keeping for yourself? And then what vision are you holding and feeling called to shine out into the world? A prompt for this is, one way I can get creative with a block that's been holding me back is ... I love to be in creative oriented solutions. That means that we even get to make art out of the things that feel the most stuck and stagnant and sticky in our lives. And that's really good news. This watershed card coming forward to point us to, where is my watershed card? I've been like throwing cards all over the place. Where is she? Hello, watershed. Okay, I can't find her right now. Oh, here it is. This watershed card wants to come in and show us where our healing impacts us and then flows out into the divine. It points to a redistribution and collection of resources, flow and network, a gathering of energy from multiple sources towards a common goal. So this clearing, this purging, this call to pattern recognize and pattern update is so that you can create more channels for healing and abundance to flow to you from within you and then out into the collective. This can be symbolic of money and finances, but you can also think of abundance in terms of lifestyle and relationship. What could be possible for you with more resources, with more connection to more light workers? Join us in the Blood, Bone, and Honey Pot for more. So this also feels like it's pointing to the depth of clearing, matching the depth of what wants to come in and fill you and your life so that you can keep giving birth to your ideas, your visions, and your prophecies. There's a departure from an old life and an old self and an awakening into something new, into someone new. But what I'm being guided to say in this moment is that it's also going to feel familiar. The texture of your higher self will always feel like the most familiar thing somatically in your body because it's who you actually are. And we're in a journey of remembering, and your soul will recognize it as your truth. So it may feel like you're growing these new beliefs and self-concepts, but we're actually remembering and restoring and resourcing. There is this invitation to look at where we're living the dream and where we're living the nightmare. I pulled Green Tara also. She's up on my other altar. We won't talk about her much today, or we will be here until quite literally midnight. But join the Blood, Bone, and Honey Pot if you're loving this, because it's just going to be this all the time. We're just going to meet our lives from this frequency and perspective all the time now. Hallelujah. Thank you, Goddess. But Green Tara points to where like the realms of hell and darkness on this earth are very real, but it's not some shit that happens after we die, because we don't actually ever die. We're just like always here at this point. We happen to be in this physical body and realm. And maybe after this life, you go off on galactic mission to some other galaxy. But right now we're here on planet Earth. And on planet Earth, there are hellish realms and there are hell realms. And Green Tara points us to notice where we are living in the dream versus living in the nightmare. Where are you recreating hell on earth versus where are you recreating heaven on earth? It's not to be better. It's not to be right or wrong. It's not to be inside of another binary. It's to be in an investigation of how can I create more stability and pleasure and abundance for myself on behalf of all beings. Let this dance you and life are doing right now turn you on a little bit more. We have the snake card pointing to the guardian of unawakened magic and untapped potential. So vulture is the guardian of purification, and then snake is the guardian of unawakened magic and creative potential. So both are happening at the same time, the purging and the birthing. That is the code of awakening. If we think about the little caterpillar in the chrysalis, it's simultaneously dissolving into what I call the sovereignty of slop, and then simultaneously growing its wings. We're being called to remember that the cosmic dance is both always at the same time. So this snake card is calling us into our highest potential. It is said that Shakti, our creative life force, lies at the base of our spine in the form of a coiled snake. And when we start to wake it up, it starts to snake through us and awaken all of these 7 main chakra centers in our bodies. But we actually have like 112 chakras and I think 72,000 nadis, which are energy channels that connect all these chakras. But we have the 7 main ones that we can work with as well. So that snake is weaving through and it's activating all of these gateways that we talked about with St. Teresa when we started our drip. And when we're working with this snake card, it's asking us to look at what unawakened and untapped potential and untapped expression is within you and wants to come out. Dance is one of my favorite ways to do this. So we're going to explore that. And then it's inviting us to look at creativity like birth is a process that cannot be rushed. And also when it's time to birth, the body's like, hello, it's time to birth. And the baby's like, hello, I'm ready to come. So what are you ready to give birth to? What wants to be birthed through you? It can be an aspect of yourself, a project, a relationship. Snake is connected to the earth element. So it could be a call to focus on your creative life force, like this deciding of what it is that you want to birth. And then like on a very earthly level, going for it. That's beautiful around our heart brain coherence too, right? Like listening to the heart and also applying logic. Again, there's also this fierceness of the birthing person. We have Yamoja as our ally that came through before, this birthing goddess of these 14 gods and goddesses, this very protective energy. And if you've ever been in a liberated birth space or you've investigated that, or maybe this is the first time you're hearing about this, what I've learned from my birth doula training is that the birthing person has ultimate authority. The doula is here to provide them with resources and invite them to get back in touch with their own sovereignty over and over again. So I want to use this metaphor to talk about your higher self as the doula and the midwife of the consciousness, like who you actually are. And then you're supporting yourself in birthing these projects and parts of your being from this deeply empowering place where you acknowledge that you're the authority and you also have like authority and containment around what it is that you're creating. Be mindful about who you're sharing your creative projects with, who you're asking for advice from. Honor these seeds of your creative conception as literal little baby children that you're birthing through you. All the time people ask me, are you and Max gonna have kids? The answer is yes. And also I'm still breastfeeding Blood, Bone, and Honey 24 hours pretty much all day around the clock. I mean, not really, but also like that's real. So that's my baby right now. And that's my reality. So what babies are you feeding? Maybe it's your real ass human babies who you're tending to and you're being called to be in a creative relationship with your motherhood. I've had the honor of walking with so many incredible parents, crossing the threshold of being in a more creative relationship with parenting, both themselves and their children. And what happens when they start reparenting themselves from a more creative consciousness, then parenting their children also starts to shift and change and become more easeful. So there's this invitation with the snake card to practice yoga, to awaken this energy, to move this energy from the base of the spine upwards, and know that everything you're being brought to revisit on your path right now, if there's like this, oh my gosh, I'm back here at this lesson, at this altar, at this story, at this belief, at this thing I already thought that I moved through. Instead of getting frustrated, we can take it as a compliment of like, oh, I get to be brought back to this thing again, to meet this again from a new consciousness in a new way, from a new depth of love and a new presencing of my potential over my pain. Presence your potential more than you presence your pain, and watch your life change. Okay, those are our cards. That was a 3-hour transmission. We're also going to still dance. And then I want to have some space for journaling and sharing about the Blood, Bone, and Honey Pot membership. So we're going to go longer than 12:30, obviously, because we haven't even started dancing yet. But as always, I'm just trusting that the folks get what they need, and you can come when you need to, leave when you need to. And there will be a replay of this. So if you're watching on Instagram right now, last chance, last invitation, because we're going to take a little break, a 5-minute break, do a little bio break, checking with our bodies before we go into some movement. And I give a little intro to the 7 pillars. If you're not joining us on Zoom and you want to dance and move and groove and meditate and journal with us, the link is in my bio to register to join. If you want the replay, join the newsletter, Coven. I will send that out. And also register to join the Zoom link, because I think I might send a little special something to everyone who actually registered for this call, because there were 66 of you last time I checked. There's probably more now. So join us on Zoom. We're going to take a little break here on the Zoom. I'm going to say goodbye to everyone on Instagram. Thank you for joining us. Love you, love you. See you on Zoom if you want to meet us there. And I'm going to transition all of my energy over to Zoom now. See you there. Okay. Beautiful. Hello, my Zoom angels. So some folks might be joining us on Zoom in a bit. What I'm feeling right now is that we should take a little break and then go into our 7 pillars review and our movement. So right now we're at 101, or sorry, at 12:01. Let's meet back here at 12:05. I'll give us just like a nice 5-10 minute intro to prepare for our practice, and we'll be in an intention to start that practice at 12:15. It's about a 45-minute to an hour practice. So we will be here longer than initially scheduled. So again, if you need to go, it's all good. You can catch the replay if you want to stay and dance with us. I'm so glad to be here with you. And then we'll have some time for some journal shares, and we'll talk about the membership if there are folks still on here. So I'm going to go ahead and turn my video off. I'm going to share some music. I'll go ahead also and copy my link to this playlist, so that if you want to pull this up, you can. Here's our playlist for today. And I'll just bring us into some nice music in the background. I will ask for a sound check in the comments once we get into it. But for now, just enjoy, and I'll see you at 12:05. Get your water, get your yoga mat, get some blankets if you want to change your clothes, eat a bite of a banana, whatever you need. I'll see you in about 5 minutes.
muchas canciones. Tengo varias canciones.
Okay, and we are back.
Como canto de ustedes cuando tienen un
For
enamorado.
anyone who is here live, who doesn't mind letting me know,
En español.
how's the ratio of the music to my voice? Music louder, voice louder, you can type it in the chat, or if you want to unmute yourself, you're welcome to. We sounding good? This is pretty much where I kept it for devotional dance coven. Cool, thank you, Paula. Yes, okay, so this is where we're going. Oh, so excited. Okay. Oh, my inner child gets so lit on this work. Thank you for being here, y'all. Please feel free to keep your video off or on, whatever you need. I will need to also push this back and set up my space. Before I do that, I want to give you a little intro to the 7 pillars of higher self-embodiment. So I channeled this, and I'm going to do this while I'm cleaning up the cards. Also, Wiggins wants to say hello. That is my cat. My dog Soji might come in when we start dancing. So something I want to speak to around the 7 pillars of higher self-embodiment is that this is a multi-dimensional self-care framework that I channeled back at the top of 2020 because I had hundreds of questionnaires from clients asking for a pathway to be in a deeper spiritual self-care practice. So these women wanted to land in ritual with themselves and the divine and really cultivate a spiritual practice that included a connection with their mind and body, but didn't know where to start. And so I channeled these pillars. They were initially called the 7 sacred embodiment pillars. And there was this little workbook that I offered for free for many years. And then they turned into the 7 pillars of higher self-embodiment. And the purpose was, here are these 7 steps for how to be in a radically self-loving and compassionate self-inquiry and self-care and self-discovery and self-revelation and self-empowerment and self-confidence and self-rebirthing process with yourself. And then since the top of 2020, now it's almost been, I guess, 2.5 years, I've been leading and using these pillars as a framework in both my one-on-one coaching and my group coaching, and they've been the foundation of multiple online courses that I have launched and offered. And they will support us today in our movement practice. These 7 pillars of higher self-embodiment also all correspond with our 7 main chakra system. And as we talked about with Teresa of Avila at the beginning of our call, they take us through these 7 spaces and places within us so we can massage ourselves like that little baby being coming out of the birth canal and getting tonified. We get to do that with ourselves through our intention and our breath and our movement, so that we come out of our practice more deeply connected to ourselves and our truth and our bodies and our breath than when we entered our practice. So we use the 7 pillars as our template. We have more than 7 songs on this playlist because with Anchor and Disarm, I'm going to take you in a little deeper for 2 songs each. And then in our last pillar, which is pillar 7, Emerge, we'll have 2 songs that will work with that as well. So that's why there are more than 7 songs on this playlist. You could just drop into a devotional dance practice and use this methodology for just 1 song if you wanted to. And through the Blood, Bone, and Honey Pot membership, I'm going to be talking and teaching about these pillars and inviting you deeper and deeper and deeper into your movement practice, into your meditation practice, into your devotional dance practice, into your yoga practice, into your prayer practice, into your art practice, into your ritual practice, so that we remember that we are the altar, we are the temple, we are the chalice that the divine pours through. So we get to steward and care for ourselves as such. So we'll go through these 7 pillars. We'll go through 7 somatic movement prompts. So I'm going to prompt you with these somatic movement prompts, and why I will invite in some specific movement. These movement classes are all channeled. And the intention and the purpose of the movement piece is first and foremost to get you in touch with your own flow. You want to come and do the asanas and the poses, you can come join us in Tuesday, Friday yoga for that, and then watch the way that infuses your somatic movement and sacred dance practice. We will do a little asana today. We'll start with that on the floor. But my interest as a guide and facilitator is to guide you in finding your own flow, to guide you in finding your own rhythm, to guide you in finding your own connection to your body and how your body moves today. I don't know how this transmission hit you. I don't know where it hit you. I don't even know what it is that you need. Only you know what you need. So I'm going to give offerings, and then you get to take that in and eat that and scan your body and be like, oh, what do I need? How do I need to move right now? How do I need to be right now? And these prompts will function to support you in that. I'm going to drop the prompts in the chat so you've got them. I'm going to invite you to journal. I'm going to invite you to journal with one of these, but I like journal for journaling and channeling at the same time. I'm going to invite you to choose one of these to journal with, or all of them if you want to. After we're in our movement practice, but these are our 7 questions that we'll go through. So there's music that corresponds with this, and then I'll introduce these prompts at the top of the songs that they correspond to. Then we'll go into a little guided meditation. We'll do a little light scan through the 7 chakras, and then we'll go into some journaling, and I'll invite anyone who's here and want to share to share. If you don't want to share, it's all good. There's no pressure or expectation. And then we'll talk about the membership. So that is where we're going. It is 12:15 now. This playlist is an hour. So we're definitely going to be here until 1:15 moving. Again, if you want to stay for one song and then peace, blessed be to you. And you can catch the replay if you want to join us for the whole time. It'd be an honor to have you. If you got to join us for a song and then take your dog on a walk or do the dishes and then join us for the next song, just be in your practice. It is all good. And I'm trying to remember if there's anything else I want to share with you before we go into this. I'm just going to say that the 7 pillars create a chrysalis-like container to let the old dissolve so that you can fill back up with the higher self-empowered beliefs, identities, and self-concepts that activate your self-belonging, cultivate self-intimacy, ignite your self-permission, spark self-love, encourage self-expression, welcome self-acceptance, and result in self-revelation. The 7 pillars invite you to do the brave work to create the loving space for yourself, to ground, surrender, release, and transmute what is out of vibrational resonance with where you're ready to go and how you're ready to glow. What do you have to leave at the altar of this practice today, maybe in the form of some sacred sobs and some shouts into the space? What are you leaving behind so that you can be less encumbered an hour from now than you are even in this moment? And we're practicing also inside of that the capacity to change ourselves, to change the state of being, to shift the resonance and the sound of our lives. And we're claiming our sovereignty and autonomy and authority over that. We're no longer deferring power outside of ourselves. We're looking inside, we're gazing within, we're claiming that, and then we're expressing from that which we found. Like I said before, each of the pillars have their own sacred function and technology that can be applied to your practice to support you in navigating the inner and outer labyrinth of the mystery school that is your human journey. We talked about the human journey being the ultimate spiritual experience. And when practiced as a sequence, the 7 pillars will invite you into a series of self-initiations into higher self-realization. Working with the 7 pillars is like having a spirit vacuum that's like, it's like the best divine Dyson you ever found that gets into those ancient dust bunnies you've either been meaning to get to or didn't even consciously know were there in the first place. There might be something that gets unraveled through this practice that you didn't even know was there. So I'm just going to replug our little excellence management team agreement and our mental health disclaimer here. These are big practices. I am not a therapist. I am an embodiment coach and a doula. If something comes up in this practice that you need support around, you can always book a one-on-one session with me, and also reach out to your network, be in a conversation with your excellence management team about this. Make sure that you're taking care of yourself as an expression of your spiritual maturity, as an expression of your sovereignty. I have all kinds of people on my team all the time. At any moment, I know that I could call at least one of my teachers and be like, hey, I need help right now. As a practice of spiritual maturity, start to cultivate that relationship with guides and coaches and teachers and therapists and friends and peers and allies in your life. Come into the Blood, Bone, and Honey Pot, get into our conversation in the Discord, find an accountability buddy, and then maybe you guys are the ones that you call when you're navigating something, and you have that other person as your mirror so that you don't feel alone. I do that all the time with my priestess sisters and also with my teachers and mental health professionals that are a part of my circle. So we just put that on the altar so we can be response able, because the body keeps the score, right? And there may be some things that come up that feel tender, and that's real. So I just want to make sure that you take care of yourself through this. And I think that's all we need before we start moving. I will also say headphones are best for sound quality. We discovered through the devotional dance coven. This is my mic, so I'll be able to like dance back there and also talk to you at the same time and also play music at the same time. Please let me know in the chat if the audio's wonky, if you can't hear me. We did get an internet booster after the class on Thursday. I didn't have the issue with the internet on the devotional dance coven, but Virgo season bringing all the updates and upgrades. So we should be good on an internet front. I'm hoping that it's not jumpy for you. And I'm so excited to share this music and these prompts with you. So make sure you have something you can move in. I'm going to rearrange and reset my space and invite you to do the same. I gotta move my crystals. Today I have this epic ball of selenite that I charged at a waterfall with my teacher, Nina, when we did her higher self-embodied branding shoot this weekend. We held this epic retreat right here in this room with pretty amazing women, went on a walking meditation through a local nature preserve, did a red thread ritual at a waterfall, and baptized ourselves in the water. And then Nina and I the next day traveled to waterfalls all across the Finger Lakes region and photographed her in forests and waterfalls. And it was so epic. If you are interested in a boudoir or branding photo ceremony with me, whether you're here live or on the replay, go to bloodboneandhoney.com, click on Photo Magic. The foliage around here in the autumnal season is worth the trip alone. Come watch the leaves change. Come be in a practice of, as the leaves shed, as do these old expressions of myself. If branding isn't relevant for you, come do a boudoir ceremony. It's just a fancy way to say an embodied photo ceremony where we are in an embodiment practice of you emanating your light from the inside out. And then I, as a photographer, are co-creating these images with you, so that when you gaze back upon them, you see these aspects and expressions of yourself that maybe you didn't even know were there. I've had so many people share. I've been a photographer for over 10 years, and I have a Master of Fine Arts from Duke University in experimental and documentary arts. So I really approach photography as a documentarian, and I try to stay way, way, way out of the way and let you do your thing while also offering guidance. And something that people have shared from that is when they look at the photos for the first time, they're like, oh, that's what my higher self is. I get it now. I am my higher self. So powerful, powerful practice. If you want to come make some photos with me here this fall. And I'm going to set up my space. So this is what we got working behind the scenes. I'm going to move my things around. The point, I told you that because we blessed this selenite ball in one of the waterfalls during a photo shoot. So I'm going to let her be on the altar. We've got pyrite for some abundance. We have this beautiful rose quartz that my teacher Des gave to me the day of my wedding. She was literally helping me, I think, put my socks on or something. I already had my wedding dress on, and she gave me this rose quartz crystal, and it's been one of my most beloved tools ever since. We may also have Max walking through, my husband. I am not in my office right now. I'm in this yoga temple that Nina and I created. So if you see him, you can give a wave. I'm going to move our cards, and I'm also just going to pause our recording real quick. So okay, we are back. For those who are watching the replay, we're setting up our space. You'll see I have my yoga mat right here with a nice blanket out. So I'm going to come over here and I will be laying down to start the practice. So I invite you to be there as well. I also want to maybe just give us one more light up here. Let's see, just a little bit more light shining in the space. Yes, thank you, light. Excuse me, Wiggins. Wiggins is purring like, when are you giving me my massage? Okay, yeah. Okay, so we're gonna start laying down on our mats. I'm inviting you to have a yoga mat, a blanket, some water, your journal. If at any point during this practice, I don't like this light, sorry. Permission to change our minds. If at any point during this practice, there's something that you need, like you need to stop, you need to lay on the ground, you need to let out an emotion. We were just talking when I paused the recording about letting emotions move through the body like weather patterns. So if there's a storm that comes forward, honor the storm. You can always grab a pillow and pour yourself over the pillow and just like have a moment to be with yourself. So honor the weather patterns as they're moving through. Everything is valid. Everything is material to be used in your personal transformation. Let me know in the chat if you're here live, if the sound gets wonky. And I'm going to start this first song. Okay. So, find yourself on your mat. Let this rhythm already start to move through you. Maybe it wants you to slow your breath down a little bit. I'm going to find myself over here. I'm going to pour myself out. And I'm going to invite you to just start by spreading your arms and your legs out on the floor. Maybe you have a familiar visiting you, saying hello to the animal friends. They love when we get on the ground and are in our practice. Inhaling through the back body. Exhaling and just letting everything fall off your back body that's no longer here to serve you. Again, inhaling through the back body. Exhale, releasing any gripping in your feet, in your legs, in your chest, in your belly, in your jaw. Letting your head be heavy on the ground. You can give it a little rock back and forth to feel the solidity of that. Maybe you even tap your feet on the floor, feel the floor, tap your hands on the floor, feel the floor. You can move your little sacrum on the floor, feel the floor. We can even practice pouring out our hands again from our hearts. Excuse me, Wiggins. Let the arms and the hands be an extension of your heart. And then on our next exhale, we can gather our feet towards our bellies. And we can start to introduce our first prompt as we rock back and forth on our sacrum. What do I need to anchor so that I can feel me? So anchoring out through the base of the spine. Let's draw some circles here on the sacrum. So to the right, we're circling. Starting to wake up the spine. Our brain is connected all the way down to the base of our spine. So circling the other way, massaging the spine and massaging the brain. And then maybe on your next exhale, you have the space to float your knees a little bit more towards your chest. So not pulling, floating the thighs towards the heart. Let the head be heavy. Inhale. Exhale, what do I need to anchor so that I can feel me? Let it just drip off the back of your body. And then we can come over into a little seed. You can roll over on your right or your left and practice being this little seed. Practice gathering all of you to the center, calling yourself back from all time and space. Practice your purity, your preciousness. Practice being a seed of the divine. Can you hold your head in a more caring way? Can you hold your sweet knees in a more caring way? And then from this seed, we'll start to find our hands on the floor. I'm going to invite you to bring your chin to your chest, and we're going to find our way to all fours. So we're meeting here in all fours. We can practice this as cat-cow. And when we inhale, we're going to fill the belly up. We're going to reach the heart forward. And on the exhale, we're going to explore our fluid snake-like spine. Make sure you have enough space between your hands and between your knees so that you can take care of your whole body. We're going to inhale with the beat here. Inhaling, heart, sky. Exhaling, earth, anchoring. Inhaling, heart shining, looking up, seeing the sky. Exhaling, massaging the spine. Let's stay here in our curved spine and breathe and just give your little spine a massage here. Really paying attention to the base of the spine. And maybe as you do that, you start to create some circles with your body. So I'm bringing my hips forward and then I'm circling. Use your breath. Send your breath into your hip flexors. Don't worry about doing it right. Bring your awareness to being present with your breath. Let's go other side. Letting everything that you no longer need to hold pour out your hands and your feet into the earth. And we can bring a little bit of a faster movement here. So let's just let our hips kind of have a moment. So I'm going side to side. You can also explore front and back, front and back. Speeding up that cat-cow. Really waking up the spine, grounding through your hands, feeling your hands on the earth. Coming back, circle, circle. Waking up. Other way. Breathe into your hips. Go as slow as you need to go. Maybe there's some research you need to do over here in your right hip. And you just need to send your breath and your awareness there. Let's pour ourselves over into a child's pose. Let your heart reach forward. If you need to bring a pillow here to bring the earth to you, you can pour yourself over a pillow. Reaching out, pouring over. Committing to being an offering to the divine. My body is an offering to the divine. My body is an offering to love. My body is an offering to light. My body is an offering to my higher self. Coming up, finding our hands. If you'd like to, you can get rid of your soft focus, soft blanket. We're going to come into our down dog. And let's just start to pedal our feet. So bringing this consciousness into the legs. Bending your knees as much as you need to actually be able to meet the floor. You need to take off anything like a necklace. Oh! My beads just went everywhere. Okay, clearings abound. Back into our down dog. Pedaling out the feet. start to bring a little shake here. So bringing a little shake to your down dog. Let that sacrum have a life. Huh. Hands planted on the earth. We're gonna walk towards our hands. Keep the bounce, walking towards your hands, and then let yourself just pour over and hang here for a moment, bouncing. Shake out your brain. You could bring a pillow here to bring the earth to you. What do I need to anchor so that I can feel me? Chin to chest. Let's roll it up. Little bounce as we're rolling. Feel the beat in your body. And then just very innocently start to explore what it's like to be upright. Whoa! I just grew from the earth into a whole new being. Feet on the ground. Feel your feet. Ha. You can do a right and a left if you wanna join me, or maybe there's a way. You just need to walk around your space right now. You start to bring our arms in. Ha. Symbolic of anchoring, pouring out. Ha. What do I need to anchor so that I can feel me? You can imagine all of this energy just draining down the crown, through the throat, through the heart, through the belly, through the pelvis, down the legs, down the feet, and all the way down into the earth. Ha! Composting. If you want to, you can come down, back into down dog, up dog, child's pose. And then stick your little booty out of child's pose. We can bring our little circle back in to get ready for our next prompt. So if you want to find all fours here and meet us here, maybe just investigate what's opened up so far. Just after like 5 minutes of movement, what's more available to you? Our next song is, where do I need light and water? Where do I need light and water within me, around me, through me? This song talks about spiritual, invisible protection from evil. We're gonna drink in our own light. We're gonna blast ourselves with light. We're gonna emanate that light out into our home, out into our communities, and out into our world, okay? So start with a little twerk here. We're in the pelvis. Ha. So I'm going up, 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 up. And we're gonna find our down dog again. Curling the toes, shaking it out. Maybe that sacrum has a little more space now. Maybe you dance it up to your hands, little march to the hands. Again, chin to chest. Roll it up. Let light anoint every vertebra of your spine as you're moving up to standing. Be a column of light piercing through you as you stand on your feet. We're gonna go standing cat-cow. So chin towards heart, heart shine out. Earth, sky, earth, sky. Faster. Shake your hair. Ha. Explore some width. Same movement. Ha. And we're gonna find ourselves in a squat. Hold. I'll turn towards you. Ha. time going right, left, and down, 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 right, left, down. Starting to explore, where do my hips need light and water? Bring in the arms. We can start circle, hitting all the corners. Other way.
Spiritual, invisible, protection from evil. Spiritual, invisible, protection from
Other way.
Spiritual, invisible,
Conjure your protective orb of light around you. Then, from this light inside of you, close your eyes. Focus on this column of light. We're going to get ready to blast ourselves with this light, blast our home, and blast the world. Let's go. Well, freestyle. How do you drink in the water and the light of your being? Give me that bonus. Bringing our hip consciousness and our womb consciousness up, our bodies to our brains. You can take your hands and physically put them on your body. Infuse yourself with light. What spot? Oh, could use some light. Yes. I'm like, this right thigh. Other one? Yeah. I'm in a circle. Close your eyes. See your light. See an orb of light surrounding you. Other way. If you'd like, you can come and hold a goddess squat here. Arms up. Protection. Hold this. Let the burn spark you alive. We can do hard things.
Make it rain, girl, make it.
Little bounce. This song is Make It Rain. We're still in Where Do I Need Light and Water? I'm gonna come forward. You can join me.
What if it's just me?
Yes. I'm gonna get all in your face with my pelvis, back and front.
As real as it can be.
Then we can walk it back. Walk it back. Give me some cool arms. Ha. Back. Front. Send your ass back. Ha.
Mother
Squat.
in my cup, and my glass
Prayer.
is fogging up. Oh yeah, hey dog, hey what's up?
Oh yeah, hey dog, hey what's up?
Stay down. Down. Oh, yes.
Make it rain, girl, make it rain.
Okay. We're gonna work it. Ha. From that big squat. Hands on knees. Getting closer to you. How does your ass want to talk about your life? Slow it down.
What if it's just me?
Maybe here you explore back, front.
As real as it can be.
You can let this be. What am I ready to move forward with in my life? Walk towards the screen. Ha. Walk back.
Mother
Squat.
in my cup,
Woo.
and my glass is fogging up. Oh
This
yeah,
is
hey dog,
prayer.
hey what's up?
Oh yeah, hey dog, hey what's up?
When the
Hands on
sweaty walls
body.
are banging, I don't
Infusing
finally
yourself
can. Make it
with
rain,
light.
girl, make it rain.
Get
Make
ready
it
to
rain, girl,
work.
make it rain.
Ah.
Make it rain, girl, make it rain. Make it rain, girl, make it rain.
Where do
Make it
I
rain,
need
girl, make it rain.
light
Make it
and
rain,
water?
girl, make it rain.
You can also do a rain dance.
Make it rain, girl, make it rain.
What's your rain dance for your own spirit? Yes! Make it rain! Light and blessings! You can return to that first prompt. What do I need to anchor so that I can feel my center? Brush the body off with light. What are you leaving here at the altar of this practice? Brush the brain with light. Brush the pelvis with light. Brush the legs with light. And then see that light within you. And ask that light, how do I need to move? Letting that light be your ultimate guide. How do you need to make it rain? Yeah. Maybe you have a moment of like, I need to bring it back down to the earth. You can crawl your hands out to down dog and give yourself a down dog twerk. Maybe you need to come to your knees and just need to give yourself a groove. You can go, I infuse my brain with light. I infuse my third eye with light. I infuse my throat with light. I infuse my heart with light. I infuse my solar plexus with light. I infuse my intestines and my womb with light. And I infuse my perineum, my womb. You can put your hands physically there on your pubic bone. I infuse myself with light. Inviting in a self-compassion practice here. I just want to speak to, there's no right or wrong way to be in this practice. Our next song is called Set Me Free. Our prompt is, what aspects of my true self am I birthing into being? So show me.
Set me free.
Who are you birthing?
Let me free. What's that crap? Papa know it all.
I'm birthing the version of myself that shows up in an 80s unitard and leads intuitive, somatic movement. Who are you birthing? Let this be your dance out of the birth canal. If you're birthing more love, then feel love in your body and move from that place. I'm going to give us a little burst. Practice. So I'm just sending my ass back forward. My hands are on my pelvis.
Very little knowledge is dangerous. Stop bugging me, stop bothering me, stop bugging me, stop fussing me, stop fighting me, stop bothering me, stop bugging me, stop fussing me, stop fighting me, stop bothering me,
let it burn. Move in a way that's new.
Stop bothering me, stop fussing me, stop fighting me, stop.
Hands on the earth. Toes curled. Down dog. Walk up to your hands. Rolling it up. Paying special attention to your belly here. We're in solar plexus. So let's extend from our belly and then gather. Birth as expansion and contraction. Expand. Heart open. Eyes up. Look at the sky. Contract. Hold yourself. Expand.
Mind your own business and let me free. What's that crap? Papa know it all. I got my own life, you got your own life. Live your own life and set me free. Mind your own business and leave my business.
Inhale.
You know everything, Papa know
Exhale.
it all. Very little knowledge is dangerous.
Gather.
Stop bugging me,
Now
stop
ask
bothering me,
yourself,
stop bugging me,
from your
stop
heart,
fussing me,
from
stop
your
fighting
gut,
me, stop bothering
what
me, stop
aspect
bugging me, stop
of
fussing
my
me,
true
stop
self,
fighting me, stop
higher
bothering me,
self,
stop bugging me,
am I
stop
birthing
fussing me,
into
stop
form
fighting me,
and
stop
do
bothering me,
your
stop
dance
fussing me, stop
about
fighting me,
it?
Set me free. Mind your own business and let me free. What's that crap? Papa know it all. I got my own life, you got your own life. Live your own life and set
Calling
me free. Mind your
yourself
own
back
business and leave my business. You
from
know
all
everything,
time
Papa
and
know it
space.
all. Very
You
little
are your
knowledge is
own.
dangerous. Stop bugging me,
Woo!
stop bothering me, stop bugging me, stop fussing me, stop fighting me, stop bothering me, stop
Be your
bugging
own
me, stop
witness.
fussing me, stop
Scan your
fighting
body.
me, stop bothering me, stop bugging me, stop
How do I
fussing
need
me,
to
stop
dance
fighting me,
to
stop
birth
bothering me, stop
myself
fussing me, stop fighting me,
into
stop.
being? Hand on womb, hand on third eye. Feel your feet on the ground. You can practice rolling through your feet. I'm gonna bring us back into our expansion and contraction. Inhale. Exhale. Scan the body. Inhale. Exhale. Scan the body.
There you go.
And then let's turn our feet towards the front. Let's find ourselves in a mountain pose. Let your pelvis drip. Let your feet actually support the width of your hips. So create some space for yourself. Our question is, how and where can I open to the infinite creative flow within me? So starting to find your flow from the spaces we've worked with, right? So we've worked with the legs, the feet, the hips, the pelvis is awake. We're coming into the heart. I'm inviting you to find your flow from your heart. So even if you flow and spiral, your hips bring your heart into the conversation. You can practice our cat-cows again to get in touch with that heart space, but really let yourself flow from the heart. Arms as an extension of the heart. You can come into our little Shakti Goddess flow here if you'd like, or find your own. Breathe through your nose. Sip in the air from the base of the pelvic floor and breathe it all the way up into your heart. And then exhale out. Let your flow follow your breath. Where does your creativity live? What's something in your life right now that feels really sticky? Where can you resource your infinite creativity to meet that? You can meditate on something right now that's feeling really hard. Can you meet that from within, from your flow? Remember, the breath creates heart-brain coherence. We have a wizard about to walk through. Thank you, Max. Let your arms and your legs be extensions of your center. Invite them into your dance. You're a creature. How does the creature want to move? Let's call on the snake. Calling in the snakes. Calling in the snakes. You can meditate on a snake from the base of your ass to the crown of your head, moving through you. Show me your snake dance. Bring in your hands. Yes. Good snakes. Let the flow come from the base of the tail all the way up to the heart. We can try some rolling through the spine. So I'm rolling front, I'm rolling back, and then I'm rolling right, and I'm rolling left. You can move your hands down your body, and you can try this on the floor, putting a blanket under your knees if you need it. Let's roll right, left, right, left. And then letting those arms be an extension of the heart. Perhaps you snake your way down to the earth, and maybe there's a way you want to find your flow on the ground. Maybe it would feel nice to come into a happy baby and massage out the spine. Maybe it would feel nice to just splay yourself out in a savasana and feel the rise and fall of your heart in your body. Let yourself feel alive. Saint Teresa said, notice the presence of love and trust that it is real. And then from that essence of love, let it guide you on how to flow. Bring a little movement in your Savasana, massaging out that spine. And then you can float your knees towards your chest. Maybe you snake your legs up. You can be in this beautiful waterfall pose, allowing the nervous system to titrate, bringing circulation to the heart. And then you can gather your little snake legs and your snake being to your center and roll over on the side that feels good for you, perhaps rolling out the side body on your way up. We don't roll around on the floor enough, yeah? Catch us here every Tuesday and Friday in our mind body centering yoga classes. To the left, roll out the other side. And then if you'd like to, you can place your hands on the earth, feet on the earth, and we can lift the pelvis, letting the heart shine up, coming into a bridge. Let yourself feel strong. And maybe presencing again something that feels really challenging right now in your life, and witnessing your body do this and telling yourself in this asana, I am capable. I can, I can, I can. Replacing every I can't with an I can. Rolling back down, letting each vertebra of the spine get kissed by the earth on your way down. Letting that release of the lower lumbar spine on the earth feel so good. We can windshield our knees right and left, letting this full butterfly of the pelvis get all the nutrients. You could bring your feet together in Baddha Konasana, lay your feet out, feeling the circuitry of your feet connected to each other. Maybe you bring your hands to your crown. Our prompt is, how am I growing? How am I growing? This song talks about a rose blooming whenever she's ready and not a moment too soon. So letting go of the ego's timing and allowing yourself to tap into your soul's timing through this song. Allow yourself to receive affirmations to you, through you, from your breath, your blood, your bones, and your higher self of how and where and why you're exactly where you need to be on your path at this time. Nothing more, nothing less. That's what this dance is in devotion to. So again, rolling over, let's find ourselves in a seed. We're gonna be the little bud of our rose. You can pour yourself over into a little seed. You can hold your sweet head. You can put a pillow underneath your forehead to bring the earth to you. Let yourself be in a little rock here, a little moment of self-intimacy. You belong to yourself first. Practice that. I belong to myself and I belong to the divine. I belong to myself and I belong to the divine. And whenever you're ready, I'm going to invite you to bloom from this space in a way that feels authentic to you. Again, our prompt is, how am I growing? Show yourself how you're growing through your movement. Let your body speak to you. The body speaks in vibration. I invite you to keep your eyes closed for this song. outer your petals want to express your growth. Let your body teach you what's happening. Let your feet and your legs be your roots, and grow yourself from your feet, grow yourself from your legs. Maybe you pour yourself over and you walk again to your hands. We can spiral up, eyes closed, find your feet. Let the movement be subtle, but from your breath. You can visualize a rose blooming open in your belly, your womb, your heart, your throat, and your brain. So all up the spine, there's roses blooming. Spiral them open with your movement. How am I growing? Let this movement come deep from inside. You can see all of these channels of light and roses pulsing through you, inviting you to move your being. Let yourself be moved. If this makes you emotional, let it come. This song always makes me cry. You can bring your hands to palm the eyes to cool off the brain and just find a sweet sway right and left. Let go of your jaw. Let go of your ass. Tap your feet. Feel them on the earth. Let your head get involved. Inhale. Exhale, make a sound. Your growth is going to come from how much you're willing to let it go. Let it go.
On the edge of the grandmothers, on the edge of the
knowing that you're within a lineage. Calling in your ancestors. Inviting them to come in and move through you. They're already in your bones. You can bring hands to palm above the crown, soft bend in the knees, and drink in this light from the crown of your head. Let this light move through your forehead, move through your throat, move through your heart. You can physically touch your body on the way down with your hands in prayer, anointing yourself. And when you get to the navel, point down, soften the knees, and hold. Practice gathering here at the pelvic floor. It's going to feel like you're holding your peace, but you're really gathering and containing. You can put your hands right at your perineum or your pelvis to support your awareness and being drawn there, and just practice containment here. When we practice containment, we don't need to be so worried about our boundaries because we belong to ourselves and we're contained. Our next song is, what does the light of my higher self feel like in my blood and bone? This is our second to last prompt. We're in the third eye. What does the light of my higher self feel like in my blood and bones? This is like Mother Saint Teresa inviting us to scan the body, notice the presence of love, and then trust that it's real. So again, closing your eyes, tuning into the light within you, and then asking that light, how would you move me? Allow your body to be a channel and a vessel for a force larger than you to move through and tell a story back to you, onto you, what's real for you, and what it is to integrate your human self with your divine self. Let this dance be an offering. You'll notice that my light is already guiding me to be in this very ceremonial. Let this teach you about your past lives, what you're here to be in the world. Maybe you find your priestess walk around your room, and you let the song be a walking meditation. Thich Nhat Hanh says, may I walk as if my feet are kissing the earth. Dance as if your feet are kissing the earth. Letting the movement start small and then building momentum through your breath and agility and ability and willingness to be a vessel, getting out of the way, pushing all the things out of the way that are no longer here to serve you. Ha! Ha! Moving through the birth canal, getting tonified. Ha! Ha! I'm being guided to come down and practice this making through and back. Pulling yourself through the birth canal, elbows to ribs, surrendering, devoting, giving it up to something bigger than you, letting the front brain rest, letting the ego rest. And then asking your body again, where do I need light and water? Touch your body. It's your body. How are we going to expect someone else to touch us the right way if we don't even know how we want to be touched? Reteach your body what it is that you need. You can bring your hands to your crown and give yourself a little massage as you sway. This is what the ancient priestesses did. Why can't we? Calling on the snake, supporting the knees with a blanket. And then maybe we want our what does the light of my higher self feel like in my blood and bones? Blood, bone, and honey is a spell for higher self embodiment. And then finding a point of stillness wherever you are, whether you're standing or on the earth. Allow there to be a moment of stillness. Our last prompt is, what am I committed to with all of me? What am I devoted to with all of me? Ancient Egyptian goddess Isis used to sleep with her ear to Gaia, to the earth, and listen to receive the codes, to deliver to her people. That is the feminine lineage we're being called back into. The stewarding the humbling, the devotion of putting our ear to the earth and listening. So if you want to come here, you're welcome to do that. Or maybe there's another way that your body wants to show its devotion. But tune into the earth. Touch the earth with your hands, with your feet, with your head, and let her instruct you, guide you. What am I devoted to? With all of me. You could come back into your cat-cow, pushing and receiving. What are you committed to being and doing as a steward of this planet? What do you feel called to be in service to? Maybe it's humans, maybe it's animals, maybe it's plants. What are you in service to? If you'd like, you can curl the toes underneath the butt, stretch out the feet. Allow them to be available to receive more toes through them. What am I committed to and devoted to with all of me? Dancing. One of the most ancient practices we can be in is devotional dance. Shake your ass, let it be a devotion. If our vaginas and our asses and our wombs and our boobs and our bodies and our brains are under attack, then we better shake it. Shake all the stuff out of your tail. Shaking is a way that we complete nervous system cycles. After animals exit a dangerous situation, they shake. Because it helps them arrive back in their bodies. So give yourself a little shake. What got dislodged in this practice that you want to just shake a little bit extra out? Like when you wring the sponge out at the sink, give yourself a little ring out. This is our last song before we come all the way down into our Savasana. It's called Lineage. It's going to say, as I dance on the spiral, we're going to figure 8 with our hips. We woke up so much in our pelvis today. This is where all our creativity lives. So use this song to weave. On behalf of your lineage, what are you committed and devoted to with all of you? Just 8. And you can close your eyes and you can see this 8 as an infinity symbol, and you can just draw this 8 with white light. That same white light that Kuan Yin called us into earlier. If you'd like to add a mantra, we could go Om Mane Padme Hum, Om Mane Padme Hum, Om Mane Padme Hum.
I honor my lineage.
Breathe.
As I honor my lineage.
Now we're going to take this and we're going to walk in a circle around our mat and around the room. Use your arms. Figure 8 of light. Bring in your arms. Figure 8. If you lose the figure 8, bend your knees and just come back.
In the mother blood that gives
you can use your arms to help you. And then when you find yourself
in the
back in the center, We go the other way.
Waters, where I find myself reborn. I honor my lineage.
Yes, bring a little bounce. Ha, 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 ha. Other way. Ha. Feet kissing the earth.
As I honor my
Ha. You can bring your arms in. Ha.
I honor my
Finding center. Feel your feet on the ground. Little foot massage. Ha. So I'm pointing and rolling. Good brain exercise. Ha. And then, can we create some figure eights? Ha, ha. Ha, ha. Ha, ha. Ha, ha. Let's come on to our toes. Stretch out the feet. Woo! Let yourself have a moment of levitation. You have to hold on to something that's beautiful. Let yourself rise. Arms all the way up. Big, big, big being, big space, and then ha. A nice grand plie. Beautiful. Okay, we're gonna come down for our cool down. Arms, hands on the knees, gently, gently. Let's bring our right shoulder forward. And then our left shoulder forward. And then I'm gonna invite you to just shift right, shift left. Maybe you wanna pour yourself all the way over and you give yourself a little hip flexor stretch on the right. And then maybe you have a little grasshopper moment. Letting even how you stretch be a dance. It's all the cosmic dance. Every conversation, every move we make imprints in the field, and it's part of the cosmic dance. You can crawl your hands out, you can bring your feet in, you can drop your little booty on the ground. Let's come into a Navasana, boat pose here. So knees, feet on the floor. We're just gonna extend our legs up. You can come bent knees if you'd like. Or you can extend out. You can also hold your thighs. And just take 3 breaths here and feel your power. Inhaling, letting the shake happen. It's building new muscle groups. Exhaling, receiving. I am powerful. Inhaling, I am light. Exhaling, I am light. Inhaling, I am infinite. Exhaling, reaching out, reaching out, reaching out. I am infinite. Scream it into your home. And then give yourself a hug. And let's just take a moment here to give ourselves a hug. If you'd like, I have a mala that literally broke during this practice because energy clearings are real. If you'd like, you can bring a pillow between your knees, and then you can just bring your sweet forehead to that pillow and give yourself a nice hug here and just a little rock back and forth. Practicing containment. Virgo new moon meditation. I call my energy back from all time and space. I belong to myself first. Letting the heart rate slow, letting the breath slow. Inhaling and extending the inhale. Exhale and extending the exhale. You can remove that pillow if you'd like. We're gonna bring our chin to our chest and we're gonna massage our spine on the way down. So can put your hands on your knees or on your thighs. Give yourself space. We don't need to rush. And like each vertebra at the time is going to get kissed on the way down. Slow, use your breath. Use your breath. Lower lumbar, middle spine, upper spine, and then like an angel is laying your sweet head on the ground. Gentle, 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 gentle. Head comes to the earth. You can give yourself a little massage at the crown, maybe to the ears, down the jaw. Maybe you wipe your sweat off, wipe your sweaty hair off your shoulders. And let's bring our hands to our upper lung lobes. So we have our upper lung lobes here, we have our middle lung lobes here, and we have our lower lung lobes here because the lungs go all the way up. So hands on the lungs. Let's inhale into our upper lung lobes around our heart, feeling our hands on our lungs, inhaling softness. Exhaling hardness. You can extend the legs out or bring them together in Baddha Konasana, feet together if that's better for your back. Inhaling, again, softness into the hands. Exhaling hardness. Exhaling gripping, exhaling forcing, exhaling control. Inhaling flow and trust. Exhaling forcing and control. Inhaling faith. Exhaling, believing that love and magic are real. Inhaling and calling in your higher self to pierce through the center of your body. Exhaling and inviting your higher self light to pierce through the center column of your body. In yogic philosophy, we call this the Shushunanadi channel. You can just visualize this pillar of golden light extending from the crown of your head all the way down to the base of your spine, out your legs and the bottom of your feet. And that light consciousness is reaching all the way down through the layers of the earth, through the mycelium, all the way to the heart of Gaia. You can imagine that also pouring out of your back body into the earth. And then out of the front body and out of the crown of your head, you're extending and you're reaching up to the sky and the divine. So there's this simultaneous drop down and opening up. So if you'd like to, you can pour the hands out of the heart again and let the body be breathed. Notice that we don't have to consciously breathe. That's just happening. So can you practice receiving the in-breath? And then our only job really is to exhale. So exhaling out old carbon dioxide, old stories, old energy, old patterns, an old life, an old you. And inhaling like a butterfly into your potential. Arms and hands pouring out of the heart, pelvis butterflying open, feet and legs splayed out. Let the body be a map of what you want to invite the mind to practice. So if you want the mind to open, practice opening in the body. I'm going to invite you to be here in a savasana. You can cover yourself with a blanket if you'd like, or if there's another position you'd like to come into, you're welcome to do that at this time. I'm going to guide us through a meditation for all 7 chakras. So I'm going to come a little bit closer to you, but please be where you need to be. This transmission is most potent received laying down. So if you can be there, that's beautiful. Beautiful practice, everyone. Thank you for being here. I cherish your time. And I know this is long and big, so thank you for being big and here with me. So we're going to come into some breath practice, which is really powerful to do following our movement practice. You might find that it's even easier to drop into meditation because we moved a lot of fragmentation in the body. So that's where it can be such a generous gift that we give ourselves to invite the body into movement before we force the mind to meditate. Body leads, mind follows. That's the reverse paradigm that we were all raised inside of, right? So we are reversing that from the inside out. Let's start with our breath. So we were on the upper lung lobes. I'm going to invite you to, if you still have your hands on your body or if they're out on the floor, just gather your hands in and move them down to your perineum. So this is your pubic bone. This is pubic symphysis. It's that hard bone that's at the very base of the pelvis. So you can just bring your hands there. We've been told not to touch ourselves here, that it's wrong, that it's shameful. So just reclaiming your right to touch your own body, however you want, whenever you want. And let your hands just rest here on the pubic bone. Let yourself maybe even feel that bone, say hi to that bone. You can give that bone a little hello. And let's take a breath into our pubic bone, releasing any clenching in the anus or the base of the pelvic floor, inhaling breath into the pubic bone. Exhaling and letting the base here, letting your root chakra be almost like this drain in your sink that you just let any gunk exit out that you no longer need. So you can visualize this as black tar just draining out the base of the spine on your exhale. And when you inhale, you resource that light from the heart of Gaia and you drink it into the perineum, you drink it into the pubic bone, you drink it into the root chakra, you drink in your belonging, you drink in your resource. And then you exhale your doubt, you exhale your fear. And you allow that doubt and you allow that fear and you allow that fragmentation to be replaced with this warm red glow. The root chakra is connected to the color red. So we can inhale into the warmth of this red glow at the base of our spine, in our pubic bone, in our perineum. Exhale and receive that earthy red root light in your root chakra. Muladhara is the Sanskrit name for it. Let's give ourselves an Om Mani Padme Hum here. And then moving the hands up 2 inches below the navel, let's come to the sacral chakra, Svadhisthana. The element is water, the color is orange. And we're in the realm of releasing guilt and self-denial and opening to receive more pleasure, more creation. Our wombs are the spaces that we create between us, ourselves, and the divine. So this is a creative space, but it's different from the throat. Once we get to the throat, we're expressing and shining and sharing out. This womb space, this pelvic space is just for us and whoever we choose to share that with. So tuning into the intimacy and the sacredness and the privacy of this space and the authority that you have over it. Inhaling into a beautiful orange glow. Inhaling into water. I'm seeing the sun dance on the ocean at sunset. Exhaling, releasing any guilt or any denial of your own pleasure, of your own right to abundance, of your own right to create exactly what it is that you feel called to create in this life. And then we can give ourselves an Om Mani Padme Hum here in our sacral chakra and our wombs. And then breathing the awareness up 2 inches above the navel. Let's come into the solar plexus. This is connected to the element of fire. It's where our digestion happens, our capacity to both digest food and digest our lives. So using the element of fire here to just digest any element of your practice and your life that you need to give yourself space to just process in this moment. So we can inhale into the golden light of the sun, into our self permission to glow up after going in so deep. And we can exhale any shame around our identity, around our authentic self-expression, around our power. No more tiptoeing around our power, no more being polite, because we're more interested in being kind towards ourselves for real, for real. So inhaling into this fire, into this warmth, letting these flames surround and hug and hold and cook you into your maturation. And we can give ourselves an Om Mani Padme Hum, which again is a mantra for self-compassion. Breathing the awareness up into the heart, gathering from the pelvic floor all the way up to the heart now. You can place your hands here if you'd like, and maybe you spread your fingers out and you really just let yourself hold your own heart. Really feeling those upper lungs in your hands, claiming yourself, holding yourself, cherishing yourself. Softening the fingers around the heart, inhaling into green, fertility, light, love, abundance. Abundance of self-love, abundance of self-love. Exhaling self-hate. Oof. Exhaling self-hate. Let that be like that tar that just goes down through the heart, down through the fire of the solar plexus, rinsed in the sacral, and then all the way down into the earth of the root, where you're just going to grow some new flowers out of that. Exhaling out any grief in this moment, any grief that just feels really heavy that you don't need to carry. And then we can come into the center of the heart and then up to the high heart here. The color is rose quartz pink. It's known as the Freet chakra. It's the chakra inside of the heart chakra. And we can inhale here into an Om Mani Padme Hum. Exhaling Om Mani Padme Hum. Breathing ourselves up into the spacious air temple of the throat. The color is a big, vast sky blue. Our throats as temples, our throats as chalices, our throats as these big, wide open spaces that the resonance and vibration of our truth pours through from the base of our spine, through the solar plexus, through the heart, all the way out the mouth. So if you'd like to bless your mouth or your throat with your own hands, you're welcome to do that at this time. We're going to inhale into this sky blue, and we're going to inhale into our right to express and grow our wings. We're going to exhale any programming around censorship, censoring our self-expression, censoring our truth. Any of the too muches or the not enoughs are just getting drained right now from the base of the spine, or excuse me, from the base of the brain, back here at the amygdala, all the way down the throat, rinsing through the heart, rinsing through the belly, rinsing through the legs, all the way out the feet into the bottom of the earth. You can physically brush yourself if that helps. And we'll give our throats an Om Mani Padme Hum. If you haven't said it out loud yet and you want to say it out loud at this time, I invite you to join me. You have every right to speak this mantra, Om Mani Padme Hum, even if it's the first time you heard it today. And then we'll bring our awareness up into the third eye. If you'd like, you can palm the eyes here, let the front brain cool off. We did a lot of thinking and processing today. And we're going to inhale into a beautiful indigo light, letting that indigo light travel to the center of our brains. So As you're meditating here, let the brain be rinsed with indigo light from the inside out. Wash the brain with indigo light. Inhale into new perspectives, higher self perspectives. And then exhaling any attachment to old ways of seeing yourself, seeing others, and seeing the world, opening up to new sight. Giving your third eye an Om Mani Padme Hum. I vow and devote to see myself and all other beings through the infinite eye of compassion. And then if you'd like, you can bring your hands to your sweet head. Maybe you got some sweaty, sticky hair like me, and you just give your little brain a massage. The color is violet. And in the crown, we're in the realm of self-revelation. And we're invited to exhale our attachment to the past, exhale our attachment to an old self and an old life, and inhale, letting these antennas of the crown, this lotus flower of the crown, spiral open and receive new information, receive new downloads. When we let go of our attachment to the past, we open to receive new life. So if you'd like, you can visualize a lotus flower just spiraling open here at the crown as you inhale into new life and you exhale out old life. Again, the color is violet, purple, royal. Letting this lotus flower feel like a crown atop of your head, knowing that we are the sons and daughters and children of the Most High. And it is on behalf of our highest good and the highest good of humanity that we operate from that consciousness of self-knowing. We do that in service. It is not egoic to think that you're a light worker, that you're a healer, that you're psychic, that you have the capacity to change yourself and the world. That's actually just you following in suit with this inner call. So let yourself feel your crown, knowing that your crown isn't in opposition to anyone else's crown. There's no competition. There's only infinite space in the circle for everyone to rise. So allowing yourself to feel this crown atop your head, maybe that lets your spine be a little more fluid and snake up. Nothing is straight. We're leaving straight and binaries behind. Our spines are fluid. Our breath is fluid. Our lives are fluid. We are fluid. God is change. We are ever changing when we let the divine move through us. To seal this in, I'm going to invite you to just let a rainbow ray of light rinse down your crown. You can bring your hands to prayer above your head if you'd like. And rinse down your crown with this rainbow light, touching each of these 7 centers that we worked with today. Blessing the mouth, blessing the throat, blessing the heart. You can turn your hands down into prayer as you move down the body, into the belly, into the womb. And then maybe you even bring your knees to your chest, your feet to your chest. Maybe you give your feet a little massage. And when you're ready, you can roll over onto your side and let your body be physically heavy on the ground. So feel the weight of your physical body. Calling yourself back from all time and space, calling your soul, calling your higher self all the way into your body. And then like we practiced during our movement, allow yourself to grow from this little seed into the creature that is you here and now. A different creature that will be here a few hours from now, tomorrow, next week. But right now, how can you meet this creature that you just cultivated through the last almost 4 hours of practice if you've been here the whole time? And maybe letting yourself be in permission around taking this amount of time to take care of your interior life. Because when we take the time to do this, then there's a lot more There's a lot less efforting and grabbing and choreography we're trying to do out of our body to figure it all out because we've gotten internally organized and clear. Don't let anyone ever make you feel ashamed for taking that space. Anyone who shames or guilts you for that needs to go spend some time with their own breath and heart. So in this practice, in this moment, we're letting go of the opinions of others, including me, like letting go of anything I've said today that doesn't resonate for you, anything that you don't need to carry forward, and tuning and plugging into your own wisdom. I'm getting like, fuck what a witch has to say. What do you have to say about the matter, about the matter, about the matter that is you? Self-permission to go in and glow up at any moment that you choose. I'm going to invite you to be in a sweet self-inquiry space and take some downloads from your practice to your journal. This is you being the sacred scribe of whatever came alive for you today in your practice. I dropped the prompts in the chat that we worked with today in our movement practice. I'm going to drop them again right here. So these prompts are in the chat. Scroll through these prompts if you'd like to. Maybe you have a lot to dump in. You don't even need to be prompted. But if you do need some prompting, choose one of these prompts that hits for you the most, knowing that each of them corresponds to those 7 pillars, those 7 main chakras that we worked with, from the base of the spine, chakra 1, pillar 1, all the way to pillar 7 and chakra 7 with the crown. Where do you need to take your little download today? You can do a scan of your body. And if you've never worked with the chakras and that's a new system for you, you can just put that to the side and just tune into the prompt that resonates for you. While you are in some inquiry around this, I'm going to give us like 5 minutes of music and just quiet together to be in that. And then if any of you here would like to share, no pressure at all. Just you can private message me if you do or don't want to share, since there's only a few of us here right now. If you'd like to share, I'm here to receive. I'd be happy to even pull a card for you. I've got my Cosmic Dancer deck here, but please know that this is recorded. So this will go out to my newsletter and the 66 other people who registered for this class, probably more now. So if you'd like to join in on that, we'll go there in about 5 minutes, and then I'll talk about the Blood, Bone, and Honey Pot membership. So I'm going to give us some music. I'll bring us back to this beautiful Saraswati Ma. Saraswati is a Hindu goddess of creativity, and she invites us to know that it is from our essence that we create our art. So our art is an extension of our essence. Our art being our service, the way we show up in the world. Remember, life is art. Our self-care is art. Our offerings are art. So she's calling you into your essence, and she's inviting you, as you scan these prompts, to write from your essence, your essence. So if you need to close your eyes and be in some breath as you're writing, practice writing from your body, practice your hand and your arm, quite literally, physiologically, being an extension of your heart. So let the codes pour from your heart into your hand onto the page. I'll be here. Also writing. So about 5 minutes here. If you'd like to pull a card to support you in this, you're welcome to pull a card from one of your decks. Let that inspire your writing. And then if you want to join us after on Discord for the membership, we can continue the conversation there, and I'm going to drop the prompts there as well.
Saraswati Namah. Jai Ma, Jai Ma.
If you hit a wall, connect to your breath. Slow down your writing. Let your writing be part of the dance too. Engage your body. Maybe you can bring a little sway as you write. Inviting our journaling to be more somatic and less static. Maybe there are signs and symbols that want to come through. I'm being instructed to draw that figure 8 that we were dancing with. And that was about 5 minutes. So I'm just going to turn our music down and do a little check-in. Does anybody who's here right now live want to share any insights, any downloads? Would you like a card pulled for you? I am here and available for that. No pressure. And you also don't need to unmute yourself or even show your video. You can just private message me in the chat if you'd like. I'll pull a card for everyone. So if you prefer to receive that way, that's totally cool too. You could share, if you'd like, a pearl of wisdom that came through, a download in your practice, and oh my gosh, I have to do this more. Maybe something that you're releasing. I pulled give and receive for myself, and it talks about giving as receiving, which I believe I said also earlier in this class. I totally feel this right now in my own body. Like, I feel so blessed by this class. And those of you who have been here, thank you. And on the replay, thank you. And I feel like this card also, I want to use this actually as our collective card, because I feel like this is so pertinent to our self-permission to go in and glow up and understand that when we share, we're blessed by what we share. And when those other beings around us receive our smile or receive our peace or receive our truth or whatever it is, they then take that in and shine that back out. And there we have the infinity loop. There we have the mycelium consciousness. There we have the pollinators as light workers all over planet Earth doing their work. You're welcome to walk through. Max is just coming in and out in the background. I am quite literally like in the middle of our house right now, so it makes sense. Okay, so I want to just read this give and receive card. Beautiful. So Elise, I see you messaged me. Does your sparkles mean, do you want a card, or is that just your sparkle share? Let me know if you want a card. I'm happy to pull one. We also have, that was absolutely beautiful. Stepping into leadership, clarity on misalignment, self-compassion. Oh, thank you for that share. So potent, so potent. Elise, I could feel you. She said, your work always brings me to my knees and deep sobs. I'm so glad that you were here for this. Like, thank you. Thank you. I could feel you. Paula, how you doing? We're pulsing light to you. Let me read this give and receive card for everyone. And then Elise, let me know if you'd like to have a card. Paula, you too. All right, let's read this. When dance is performed as an offering of love, it becomes a sacred infinity loop comprised of both giving to the audience and receiving from the audience. So this is from my Cosmic Dancer deck. Life itself is quite the same. For the deepest human desire is for connection with others through offering personal essence. We were just talking about essence with Saraswati. Through offering personal essence and sharing what is most important to us. This generous vulnerability opens up a portal of interconnection that allows both the giver and receiver to be inspired, nourished, and healed. I definitely received that today. You possess a frequency that is marvelous and unique. You radiate your own special ray of beauty, wisdom, power, and magic. Now you're being asked to freely, confidently, and joyfully share who you are with the world. While it is natural to have an inner voice of criticism telling you that you're not ready or you're self-centered, to think that you have something special to give, this is all stuff we talked about. Who am I to offer this thing? You must learn to override that voice and share your gifts anyways. Fear, we don't need the fear to be gone in order to be more faithful. We can be more faithful and we can fear less. It doesn't have to be out of the picture. It just kind of gets over to the side. It's like, okay, fear, I hear you, but you're not driving the bus. By hiding your gifts, you're not doing anyone any favors. To do so means you're inhibiting the natural river of divine creative energy that wants to flow through you and denying the world the distinctive splendor, beauty, and wisdom that only you can offer. In truth, the world wants to see and know you. When we receive another in the fullness of who they are and what they have to give, a point of connection is made that helps to illuminate the entire matrix, bringing more peace and harmony to the collective. My teacher, Nina B, quite literally talks about us each self-realizing and then that lighting up the whole matrix. And like, that's how we ascend. We have to light it up from the inside out. So you embodying more of your light, you shining and sharing your gifts is you lighting it up. And it's also you being a divine disruptor. It's also you being a sacred rebel, because what? To love yourself in a world that programs you to hate yourself so that you can buy your worthiness and belonging is a radical act of liberation for yourself and all beings. Self-love is a radical act. Sharing your gifts is a radical act. Sharing your wisdom is a radical act. It is the act of liberation. We want to divest from white supremacy and patriarchy and capitalism. Share your truth from the base of your spine all the way out the portal of your mouth and heart. You are being called to surround others with space and empathetic attention so that their unique beauty and wisdom can blossom and be fully received into your consciousness. So this is talking about us all as space holders. The most valuable gift you can give someone is your full presence. Take them in from the depth of your own heart. You can offer this receptivity whether you're watching someone on a stage or spending time with someone individually. Even as a performer, you can allow for a silent connection with the audience, letting it directly inform and activate the moment-to-moment offering of your performance. Giving and receiving are one and the same. When you offer your full presence and attention to receive someone, your presence is a treasure and a gift as well. And then this talks about moving in a way to symbolize that. So standing on your feet and practicing opening your arms and then bringing your arms to you as we did in our practice today. So that can be a beautiful way to symbolize to the body. On this inhale, I'm receiving. On this exhale, I'm giving. On this inhale, I'm receiving. On this exhale, I'm giving. And we can just be in that practice, whether it be a confronting conversation that we're in that makes us want to fly out of our bodies, or just being in an intimate process with our own hearts. So be in your giving and receiving codes. I'm going to pull a card for my dear sweet Elise. And I'm going to ask that this card also anoints all the beings who are going to tune in with us on the replay. Also our dear Paula that's here. So Elise, what's here for you, love? Be magnetized. Hold it closer till it focuses. Be magnetized. I'm going to read this card to us. So to be magnetized is also in that code of giving and receiving, right? When we are magnetic, we magnetize. When we cultivate this internal essence that resonates on the vibration of love, compassion, infinite life, we attract other beings who are also walking a path of love, compassion, and infinite life. We may be here in these human bodies for however long we have them on planet Earth, but this is neither the beginning nor the end point of our service work, of our ministry, and of our offerings. I don't work with anyone, and no one's magnetized to my work who hasn't been in this shit for at least 2,000 years. And I'm just going to show up with the bold statements because I don't want to pussyfoot around it anymore. Like, we're ancient. We've been here before. We are back at a time on planet Earth to disrupt some shit and shine some love. That is the place that I orient myself from. Where do you orient yourself from? The magnetic desire you feel is divine in nature. The energy of attraction toward a path, a person, a hobby, a place, a practice, a culture, or something else is what propels and perpetuates your growth and expansion. This card asks you to pay close attention to what you are naturally drawn toward and then move fearlessly in that direction. The magnetism you feel, which may take the form of curiosity, interest, or excitement, is a cosmic message that something beautiful is awaiting your discovery. Even if you don't understand or can't foresee where this compelling force of attraction is leading you, allow yourself to be driven by it, and you will experience powerful alignment with your true purpose and path. So it's inviting you to be magnetized from the inside. This reminds me of our card What aspects of my true self am I birthing into being? How and where can I open to the infinite creative flow within me? And how am I growing? We were really in our like spiral on that. And then that song, Rose Lineage, a rose blooms whenever she's ready and not a moment too soon. Elise, I feel like those words were written for you. They were definitely written for me. They were definitely written for all the priestesses in the coven, because ain't nobody gonna rush our bloom and our birth anymore. We get to take all the time we need to cook in our codes. And also, there is this spark and this invitation to start sharing right here, right now, because that first little droplet is going to lead to the other little droplets and the next little droplets and the next little droplets. And sometimes we just need to take that first step on the path in order for the next little footprints, like in Alice in Wonderland, when all the footprints start revealing themselves, all the other footprints in the labyrinth will start revealing themselves. So even if you don't understand or can't foresee where this compelling force of attraction is leading you, allow yourself to be driven by it, and you will experience powerful alignment with your true purpose and path. So a lot of times, a journey of being a light worker and tapping into our ancientness and coming into alignment with our purpose can feel like reaching out in the dark, in the labyrinth, on the path. So then we remember, like Saint Teresa taught us at one of our very first cards today, the deeper we go in, the brighter we find that light, and then the more we can use that as our internal compass and flashlight. And then we know that if that first step is the thing that's if that first step is the only thing that's illuminated, then we know we have to take that first step in our devotion in order to reveal the next one. During this 4 hours, I found the dried roses I saved from my grandmother's garden, and I made a rose bouquet after a year in my new space. Yes, witch. Oh, yes, yes. Okay. Is there a relationship, project, undertaking, or endeavor that your heart wants to invest in? It sounds like you made some beautiful art today, but your mind tells you there's some reason why you shouldn't. Whenever we're shoulding ourselves, I should do this or I shouldn't do that, we just know it's the ego and we're like, okay, I hear that. Time to tune into the heart. What's real? The heart is truth. For example, some people talk themselves out of going back to school by saying they're too old, or don't pursue a dream because it's too risky, or avoid yoga because they're not flexible. If you feel that around these Tuesday, Friday yoga classes, leave that all behind, because Nina will probably have us like mushing around on the floor before we do any kind of stretchy whatever, because we have to start with grounding and integrating and stabilizing in order to build strength. So we're really going to be in some deep, like yin like practice, meaning that not that the practice is going to be yin, but yin as a principle of listening, learning to listen to ourselves again. We all learned how to boss ourselves around and shove and force and push and compete and climb. We're relearning how to listen. We're relearning how to release the grip. We're relearning how to stop clenching our ass and trust that we're supported. So if you can identify a storyline for yourself, wait, let me go back. Sorry. For example, some people talk themselves out of going back to school or by saying they're too old, don't pursue a dream because it's too risky, or avoid yoga because they're not flexible. If you can identify a storyline for yourself, it's great news, which is very true, because that means we're tracing it back to the root, and then we can water ourselves with compassion at the root. It means you now have the ability to step out of self-sabotaging and the narrative of that, so that you can acknowledge your dream and bring it into form. The benefits of following this magnetic inner guidance are immense. You begin moving with the current of your dreams, which will propel you towards your ideal life. You will also burst out of the ruts and begin to transcend long-standing patterns of boredom, stagnation, anxiety, and depression. That is what's on the altar for all of us right now. I had noticed the patterns and the beaver together that really, really symbolizes then all of our awakening and purging cards that we went through. That really, really symbolizes this sort of like emergence, this surge of energy, this spontaneous awakening, this spontaneous new life, new earth, new relationships, new art, new paradigms, new ways of sharing quickly. And it's not this quickness that's rushing. It's like I'm seeing the way the baby is just shooting down the birth canal. And It's gravity. It's gravity. And the Schumann resonance, which is the resonance of the earth, is shifting like wildfire right now. And the big planets in the sky are like, I like to think about it as like the big furniture that's moving around the big cosmic dollhouse. And then those planets are all connected to our chakra system. So then we're moving, and then we're 70% water, and the moon is moving the tides, and the moon is moving us. And so there is this rhythm that we're being invited into. And it's a force, and it's a flow, and it's a cosmic force that's going to feel really different than maybe our rhythms and our patterns that we've been in before, which is where I think so many of these cards were coming forward to say, let yourself die to the past. Stop practicing the past in consciousness, and notice when you're about to enter a new experience, but because something always happens like this for you, and I'm talking to all of us here, including myself, not just Elise, like when we're practicing, well, it always just happens this way for me, we don't leave space to what could happen this time. So we're in a radical practice of presencing the potential of this moment, this breath right now. Be assured that like attracts like. So if you're practicing the past, you're probably going to call in more of it. By honoring the magnetic force within you, you will activate and increase your magnetism. You will feel and be more dynamic and radiant, and all forms of positivity and blessings, such as wealth, romance, happiness, and success, will naturally be drawn towards you. The law of attraction follows the law of resonance, the law of vibration. So sometimes we can get stuck, and there's a lot of commodification too around the law of attraction. So sometimes there can be this like reaching and chasing outwards. We talked at the beginning of class, our spells are based on our intention. We're always manifesting. We're not just manifesting the things that we're in a practice around manifesting. Life is a constant manifestation, just like the breath is a constant self-realization practice. What we can do, though, is honor the capacity of the law of resonance and the law of vibration, and work with that in tandem with the law of attraction. And now in our stewardship and sovereignty, we're directing that current of energy in alignment with what it is that we truly desire. So we're always manifesting. This card is saying like attracts like. So we're manifesting currently. Whatever is in our external world is already old news. All of this is already a manifestation of a past version of myself. So this can be a confronting practice, or it can be a radically self-permission centered practice where even if our bank account has $0 or shit feels like it's crazy in our life, every moment is a new opportunity to cultivate a new belief, a new self-concept, a new resonance, a new vibration. Our vibration and our resonance are an extension of our beliefs and our self-concepts, our belief about ourselves, our belief about the world, our belief about whether or not the divine is real. And then the concepts, the I am statements that we repeat to ourselves over and over again. All of this gets cooked up in the pot. It creates our vibration, and then we see our life as a manifestation of that. And then, of course, we have systems of oppression that are very real that interplay with that, which is why if you're sitting here on this class right now or the replay and you have enough time, space, and resource to be in your practice, then it is the most devotional thing you can do for yourself and the world to clean up internally so that you can shine that out and help scoop up the other beings who are still inside of these systems. Like, we need to be able to pour from a full vessel. I'm going to swoop my tangent in because y'all know I can just go out to space forever, and we truly actually will be here until 5 p.m. if I don't. So I'm going to okay, so by honoring the magnetic force within you, you'll attract new things. We're talking about magnetism. Feel this natural momentum and magnetism by standing with your feet slightly more than hip distance apart, knees slightly bent. And then it talks about twisting your torso back and forth at a steady pace, rotating from the mid-lower spine. So this is literally talking about bringing us into that spiral, us into that spiral dance that we practice today. So Elise or anyone else listening, I surely have to do that on a daily basis. I never miss a day of hip circles. If I don't do anything, you'll catch me doing my hip circles. Because if I don't, I can't think. I like channel from my womb so much that if I don't do my hip circles, I don't even know where I'm going or what I'm creating. creating. So for anyone who wants to introduce that, we talked about 10 breaths as a beautiful daily practice. Do those 10 breaths with 10 hip circles one way, do it the other way, and then see what opens up, especially in moments of fragmentation, in moments of feeling dull, disconnected, disassociated, disembodied. Let's use our hip circles. Let's use the spiral. Let's use our breath. Let's use our magnetism practice. Let's use the rose. Let's use the force that's always emanating from our wombs to help our brains get on board with our hearts. Elise, let me know how that resonated for you. If you'd like, no pressure. You can also send me a private message. And I love to hear from y'all. So if you're live or on the replay, send me an email. Let me know how this went. Let me know if you're going to join the Blood, Bone, and Honey Pot. Even if you haven't joined yet and you're still gathering things together, I would love to celebrate you. So please don't be shy. Please reach out. And then I am trying to see if there's anyone else who asked for a card. She said it was everything. Great. Okay, Paula, I didn't see you ask for a card, so I think that we're good on that front. I'm going to start talking about the Blood, Bone, and Honey Pot. And Paula, if you want me to pull a card, I'm happy to do that before we hop off. I just want to make sure I didn't miss you. So, going to take a drink of water. I know there's only a few of us here now. This is going out to over 500 people. So I'm going to give my Blood, Bone, and Honey Pot intro. So the Blood, Bone, and Honey Pot is a self-care coven and a higher self-embodiment hub for leaders of light, for light workers, for visionaries, for creatives, for artists, for mystics, for healers, for other coaches, facilitators, whoever and however you're here to shine your light in the world. This space is for you because, one, we need to be accountable to our practice. Yeah. Two, we need to do our practice with each other. We can no longer be alone, solid, and hovered under our little blankets at our altars, doing all of our own work by ourselves all the time and not checking in with our coven, with our community. It's time to exchange codes and exchange resource. So there's 4 tiers in the Blood, Bone, and Honey Pot. It starts out at $5 a month and it goes all the way to $77 a month. I am going to go ahead and drop the the Patreon link in the chat. If you're watching on the replay and can't see the chat, it's just patreon.com/blood, bone, and honey. And you'll at this point have a million emails from me probably once this goes out. And then you can also check the link in my bio on Instagram. I don't have it yet linked to my website, but that will happen this week. So it's just patreon.com/blood, bone, and honey. You can go ahead and see all of our tiers. I'm going to just click on membership here. So we have our Blood, Bone, and Honey Basics, which is our $5 tier. And inside of this, you receive access to the Discord community for Coven and community connection. So I will, after this afternoon, I'm going to eat some lunch, take a break, and then circle back. But I'll drop our somatic movement and journal prompts today. I'll drop our playlist. And then if you'd like to tune in with any cards that you pulled from your practice, whether you're watching this live on Sunday or you're watching this on Thursday or next week or 3 weeks from now, you're always welcome to tune into that space with any downloads that you have. I have a bunch of different channels on there. I had a Discord for the Devotional Dance Coven. There was 10 of us in that group. It was more of like a mastermind container where there was a lot of high touch with people. This is going to be less of that. My vision for this is that there are hundreds approaching thousands of people that are going to join this. We're going to start small, but we're going to build from there. So the point of the Discord is that there's different channels and ways for you to tap in with yourself, tap in with each other, share your wisdom. I've got a Pearl of Wisdom altar, so you can share little pearls of wisdom from your practice. We have a post-class discussion altar that I'll tap into with prompts from this class and all of the classes and practices to come, which I'll talk about in a minute. We also have like a movie altar. I have a recipes altar. So film activations, recipes that you want to share, coven news, anything that you're sharing in the world that you want to share with other people. Maybe you're having an art show, or you just launched a program, or you're offering a festival, or you're doing something cool. You dropped a CD, you dropped an album. We've got literally multi-dimensional light workers in the Blood, Bone, and Honey Coven. So there's a space to share that. And then there's a bunch of other channels that you can check out in there as well. And then there's also a Q&A altar. And at the $5 level, you do get access to the Q&A channel. It doesn't necessarily mean that I'm answering every question in there. You're putting those questions on the altar, and then I'll take those questions and I'll weave them into our bi-weekly episodes of the devotional drip. At the $5 level, you're also going to get early access to the devotional drip. The devotional drip will continue to be a free ministerial offering. I'll continue to offer that as free coaching on YouTube, but now they're going to have delayed releases. So the Discord and the Blood, Bone, and Honey Pot is going to get early access to that. And typically I channel these around the cycles of the moon, the earth, the planets, what's going on. So if you're in the Blood, Bone, and Honey Pot, you're going to get that as the transmission is moving versus a week or a couple of weeks later. I think I'm going to do a week delay release to maybe 2 weeks on that for YouTube. So you'll get that. And then I'll also drop a monthly practice playlist, and you will get one monthly higher self frequency meditation, visualization, and energy bath with corresponding somatic journal prompts to support you, like we did today, in setting the tone, the resonance, and the vibration for your month ahead. So that first practice is going to go out on this Thursday, September 1st. And at the $5 level, you're getting all of that. Okay, so if you just want to dip your toes in and try, you can join us at the $5 level. The next level is the blood level, which is $33 per month. You're going to get everything that I just mentioned for the $5 level, the BBH Basics level. Plus, you're going to get a higher self-care ritual shared in tandem with that meditation. So you'll get the meditation, you'll get the journal prompts, and then I'll also give you a ritual to do in your life, to do anytime throughout the month to help you in anchoring into that. You're also going to receive 2 7 pillars movement practices. That is what we just did together today. So you'll receive that twice a month, dropped bi-weekly, corresponding to the new and full moon. And of course, corresponding to the energies of the earth and what we're moving through. You'll also get your prompts that go with that. And then you will get your playlist that goes with that as well. So that is that for the blood tier. So the blood tier has the addition of the 2 7 pillars practices and the higher self-care home ritual that corresponds to the meditation. Then at the bone level at $55 a month, you're going to get everything that I just said. Plus, we're going to meet live once a month. So those 7 pillars practices, I'm going to pre-record those, and those are going to correspond to the devotional drip that I do in tandem with it. And you'll get that as a nice little package delivered to your email. It will be pre-recorded. You can tune into those anytime. Then once a month, at the end of the month, we're going to gather live together and weave our codes together. We'll do some sharing in the chat. I'll, of course, be checking in with Discord and seeing what's alive for everyone. We'll do a review of our practices that we were with that month, the themes on the altar. I'm also going to be working with themes in tandem with my teacher, Nina B. of Centering Life. You've probably heard at this point me talk about her a million times in the last few weeks, but we'll talk about her practices in the next tier. Yes, the honey tier. So bringing this back to center, you're going to get one live monthly gathering at the bone level at $55 a month. It's like one live monthly masterclass gathering, dance circle. We'll do a little bit of sharing. Depending on how many people are in the space, it'll obviously depend on how much time we have for that. But as always, if you want to go from this space and come into a one-on-one space with me, this is going to be a beautiful way to like be in your coven practice and then book one-on-one sessions as needed. If there's something you really need some support around, we can go in around that together. Or maybe you meet the most amazing tarot reader or Reiki master in the Discord and you want to hire them and do a session with them. I am in no scarcity or grabbiness around any of this stuff. My highest prayer and vision is that we are all high priestesses in this space together, sharing and exchanging codes. Like, I want to hire y'all for your services. So just to let you know, that's where I'm orienting myself from inside of this. And then our last tier on here is the honey tier at $77 a month. I'm so excited about this tier. And I will say most people are signing up at this tier because the value is insane. So in addition to literally everything I just mentioned, the 2 bi-weekly new and full moon practices, the frequency meditation to set your month, the Discord, the live gathering, the ritual, the playlist, the prompts, all of that yumminess, you're also going to get 2 live weekly, 8 monthly, 1-hour mind body centering yoga classes on Tuesday and Friday, which will be from 6:30 to 7:30 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. So it will be early for the live class. It's a beautiful practice. Like even if you're on the West Coast and you're waking up at like 3:30 a.m. to be in this practice, like I'm not here to poo-poo on any of that. Waking up at the crack of motherfucking dawn has been so huge for my practice, especially when it comes to breaking addiction to like old habits or things that I'm putting into my body or whatever that is for you. I find that like early morning practice is so sobering, quite literally from the inside out. So you can join us for that. And maybe it has you skip your morning cup of coffee because you're just buzzing on the light inside of you and you've resourced yourself with so much breath that you're levitating. So I will be co-facilitating this with my teacher, Nina B of Centering Life, of mind body centering yoga and centering life. Those are her 2 realms and platforms. She's also who I just hosted the Wisdom Circle retreat with here in my home. She actually hung up all of these beautiful fabrics and gave me the mala that spontaneously combusted during practice today. I will be sitting this afternoon and reweaving that together with intention. So Nina's been a psychosomatic yoga therapist globally for over 45 years internationally, and her work has been so profoundly supportive for survivors of complex trauma, which at this point is pretty much every being on planet Earth, that it's been studied by researchers in the psychology department at Duke University, because even the institutions are starting to get the hit that we can't just do all this in the mind, and we can't just keep diagnosing people with this and that and whatever and blah blah and shoving them in boxes and shoving pills down their throat and thinking that's going to create a sustainable healing pattern and frequency across the planet. So in these classes, we're going beneath the Band-Aid solutions and the labeling and the boxing and the disordering and the identifying as that. We're taking a step away from the pathology so we can step into our potential. I'm so excited. If you live through any kind of trauma and developmentally, there are certain things that you have a hard time getting. This is so true for me in my practice and in my body. Like, holy wow. These practices that Nina is going to offer that I'll be co-facilitating are foundational for any developmental gaps. We'll work a lot with the mind body, a lot with the brain. We'll do a lot of things that are really good for the brain, get the left and the right side of the brain talking to each other so that we leave this practice not only like, oh, we did our yoga practice so good, but like now we are more balanced and coherent from the inside out going out into our lives. There will also be recordings of these practices that will go out. So if you can't join us live or that's too early, or we have people all over the world, that time might not work for everyone, there will always be a replay of that. So $77 a month, 8 classes, that's under $10 per class. And then on top of that, you're getting all the blood, bone, and honey stuff. You're getting the 2 practices, the 2 bi-month or bi-weekly new moon and full moon practices, the practice playlist, the prompts, the live coven gathering, the Discord, all the codes and connection. So that's what we got cooking for you in the blood, bone, and honey pot. I am so excited about offering this. I have been being called to offer this since the moment the 7 pillars pulse through my body. And I've spent the last few years like really getting ready, honing and refining my methodology and my own relationship with my own heart to be able to stand this big and take up this much space and invite beings like yourself that are super high resonance and high level in so that we can practice together. I'm trying to think if there's anything else around the blood, bone, and honey pot. So our first practice is going to drop on Thursday. That will be our higher self frequency meditation visualization practice. If you're part of the honey tier, or actually if you're part of the bone tier, I forget which one. I'm still learning these because they're so fresh and new. So yeah, if you're part of the blood tier, you're also going to get the higher self-care ritual. And then you'll also get the next sacred movement practice, which will drop a couple of days before the Pisces full moon, which is not this Saturday, but the following Saturday. So you'll get the 7 pillars, you'll get the devotional drip that will always correspond to the 7 pillars movement practice a few days before the new or the full moon, so that you can work with that in alignment with the moon. But also my intention for these practices is that they're relevant regardless of what's happening with the moon, because I'm going to build a library too of content and practices that you can tap into again and again. And something that people shared from the devotional dance coven is that they would go back and do those activations over and over again. And that is my prayer for this space too. So maybe you do the Virgo new moon practice again, and we're in self-permission to go in and glow up, but it's January of next year and it hits just right because that's just where you're at. So we're going to be in a really multi-dimensional process with it, but that is also my template. I'm such a moon priestess, and the moons just talk to me so deeply. Also, just a little side note for this Virgo new moon energy, which was yesterday, but the moons continue to pulse into us for a couple days before, a couple days after. If you can like lay in your bed tonight, and if you have like a view of the window and you can just like sense into that moon and sense into the stars and really just feel that, and then be in your breath practice, you can take those 10 breaths that we talked about and see if you can let yourself be breathed by the moon and be breathed by the earth. And then on that next full moon, see if you can be on a little pleasure practice and moon gaze, and let me know how that orgasm goes for you. Please send me an email. I love to hear it. So we're doing sex magic with the moon. That's the texture and the tone. And we won't be doing that with every practice, but I think I'm just introducing that onto the altar because that is the depth that we're going to go to in a lot of these practices. Like, no more cutting ourselves off from our resource and how much magic is within us and around us in all moments. We're going to live magical lives, and we're going to share that magic with each other, and we're going to inspire each other through those shares, and we're going to light up the matrix from the inside out. So that's the business of the Blood, Bone, and Honey Pot. I have it linked here if you want to tap on it and check it out. If you're receiving the replay, I think I may post this on my YouTube. So if I do that, it'll be in the comment or in the description. You'll be able to click on that and go to that. For my newsletter people, I'll be sure to link that in the newsletter. It'll be linked in my bio, and then eventually it'll be linked on my website. We're just not there yet. So Instagram bio always has all the things. I tend to update that pretty regularly. And then you can join the newsletter at bloodboneandhoney.com/newsletter. I have a private message here, so I'm just going to read that. Oh, I'm so glad, Paula. You're so welcome. Thank you for sharing. Oh, giving is receiving, giving is receiving, giving is receiving. I think that completes our transmission for today. It's 2:30. We were going to end at 12:30. I have been channeling for 5 hours. So I'm going to go lay on the ground, and then I will send this replay out within 24 hours. I probably won't even be able to contain myself much longer than that because I'm just so excited for this to beam out. And if you're watching this now or on the replay, send this to your friends, invite them in. This is a beautiful way to give people a taste of what we're up to. And if you've worked with me privately and you've been wanting to call in other friends to the space, this is a beautiful opportunity to just be like, here's what I've been up to. Here's the kind of work we do. Come join. There was so much around like the mycelium network and the network of light workers and earth angels and priestesses and ancient ones and wizards, like connecting back together to make our magic. So invite an accountability and devotion buddy into the Blood, Bone, and Honey Pot with you. The buddy system is so great, yeah, because then you can tap in and do the practices together. Or maybe you meet someone in the Blood, Bone, and Honey Pot that becomes your accountability partner. I had the deep pleasure and honor of connecting with 2 clients and friends who I'd never gotten to meet in the flesh, but who have been taking my program since 2018. They became friends, and then they, from their friendship, they were visiting each other, or one of them had come over from the UK to visit the other one in New York earlier this summer, and then we all got to meet up in New Paltz, and we actually all got the Cosmic Dancer deck together and went to this like really amazing witchy shop, and it was so much fun, and it was so powerful. Like, I knew that they had connected through one of the courses that I offered, but I didn't, like, my body hadn't quite understood the magnitude of that yet. And it was really powerful to be like, wow, like, I offered this thing and these two high priestesses came together, and now look at all the magic they're making. I'm saying that because if you're watching this, and if you're tuning into the Blood, Bone, and Honey Pot, there's a chance, a really high chance, I'm just going to go ahead and say probably facts be that you're here to offer those kind of containers for other beings, women, to come together and create those circuitries with each other. And through you being willing to show up and share your art, or create the gallery space, or create the coaching container, or hold the women's circle, or do whatever it is you feel called to do in your life, through you being willing to do that, you're going to create a circuitry and a container for these other people to find each other. I don't give a fuck what's in my bank account. That is abundance to me in my body. Because if that all crashed tomorrow, like, what is the abundance of your relationships with yourself and all people? So we're harvesting a next depth of abundance in the Blood, Bone, and Honey Pot. We're really tuning into, like, what does the honey of my divinity feel like coursing through my veins, my blood, and my bones? And then what happens when I start relating to other people, higher self to higher self? There will be no canceling, no othering, no right, no wrong, no judgment. None of that shit will be welcome in the Blood, Bone, and Honey Pot. It is a sacred space for us to explore our truth and relearn how to tolerate each other from a place of fierce and radical compassion. So that's the rules in my house. And if you want to come hang in the temple, we'd love to have you. I think that that's all we have for today. We can close in a little bit of prayer. I just want to sense and feel into if there's anything else here. Just thank you. This went over longer than I initially intended. So thank you for your space and your grace and your intention and your attention and your awareness and your willingness and your devotion. We went in today, and I hope that you leave this space feeling glowing from the inside out, and keep dancing. Even just one song a day. If you can drop into a devotional dance practice for one song and meditate on your light for one song, that is a profound practice that will change your life from the inside out. Let's do a little prayer moment. I think I want to bring my hands to my heart. And back to those like upper lung lobes. Just give a little shimmy shake. So releasing any clenching in your jaw, any clenching at the base of your spine and in your pelvis. Taking a breath into your hands. If they're on your heart, you can also bring one hand to the face and one hand to the heart. This is a beautiful practice that Nina offers. And inhale into self-appreciation. Self-appreciation as an expression of self-love. I appreciate you, self, for showing up, for being here, for doing this practice, for being willing to go in and glow up. Inhaling into self-love, exhaling into self-love. Then let's bring a hand to the belly, other hand to the other side of the face. Inhaling into self-permission. Exhaling into self-permission. Again, inhaling into permission to be ourselves, our true selves, our higher selves, our multidimensional selves, our undiluted selves. Exhaling out any old programs, stories, or paradigms that would point us towards dilution, letting dilution go. Then you can bring both hands to the rib cage, give yourself a little hug here. And let's just inhale and let our ribs be big and wide. Let that rib cage open so you can receive your breath deeper. Exhale and visualize yourself containing all of your energy right to your spine, back to that Sushumna channel we practiced during our movement today. All of that gold, all of that honey, all of that pulse, all of that frequency contained towards your center. You can do some gathering at the pelvic floor. It feels like your organs gathering in, and as if you had to pee and you were holding it in. That's that containment. Call that Uddiyana Bandha, pelvic lock. And just spend a moment here containing your light. And then inhale, sip in breath from the base of your spine, the base of the pelvic floor. Let that be big. Let your belly be soft. Let your ribs be wide. Maybe you extend your angel wings out as you inhale. And then let's come into an exhale. We're going to come into a somatic hold. So one hand under the armpit, other one on the arm, and just give yourself a little hold here. I am worthy, I am worthy, I am worthy, I am worthy. I receive, I receive, I receive. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Thank you for your practice. Thank you for your presence. Thank you, Paula and Elise. Love you, love you, love you, love you, love you. See you in my DMs, in my email, in the Blood, Bone, and Honey Pot, or anywhere that you can find me. It would be an honor to connect with you beyond this space. If you're interested in one-on-one support, I do have a power hour session and an intensive linked in my bio on Instagram. I also have a 7-week and a 3-month private mentorship container. So that's all there. If you're like, I got to take this into a one-on-one space and I want to join the Blood, Bone, and Honey Pot, everyone who joins my private mentorship will get access to the Blood, Bone, and Honey Pot for free while they're in mentorship. So just know that, and I will see you soon. I love you. Be well. Self-permission to go in and glow up at any moment in our creativity, in our relationships, in our leadership, in our self-care, in our spiritual practice, and in our light work. I'll see you soon. Hopefully Thursday. Bye.